Yeah, no, but it ain't the people, right? Let me help you out. I'm gonna help y'all out real fast in some language, and I know his audience is listening. Do you know the first language ever? Do you know the first language, either one of y'all?
Well, brothers and sisters, brace yourself. You know, I don't know the first language ever. Apparently, he knows it. Let's listen.
Yes, baby language.
Baby language, right?
So baby language is a language now? All right, okay. If it's okay. Well, it's a language, we can learn it and we can speak it, right? Sounds pseudo, but it's okay.
Baby language is the first language, is Gaga Goo, like Lady Gaga, Gaga Goo, baby speak. Who else speaks like that? Who else talks? Well, whoever this is, who you are, let me see your face first. Or you're not coming on, you can just sit back. So Gaga Goo is numbers, basically. Like most animals, numbers, hand signals, and stuff like that.
Is it serious right now? Gaga Goo is numbers? You know, there's one thing I forgot, but you know, he did say that more means navigator, you know what I'm saying? You know, so if it's a nationality, you know, navigators is not supposed to be a nationality, you know. Anybody can be a navigator, you know. It just takes a little training, you know. You don't need to earn a PhD to become a navigator, but it's okay, you know what I'm saying. Let's listen to the first language, Gaga Goo.
Gaga Goo, it's numbers. Babies talk to one another. They talk. They're numbers. The other
they sure do,
right? They know what they communicate with each other. They be talking with each other. You notice that? They be sitting there talking to each other. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what the hell they saying. The other language, if y'all not familiar with this, and if
it's a language, how come we don't know what the hell they're saying? So it's an undeciphered language then, I guess.
You can probably find it. You should look that up too. Now, don't try to steal what I'm saying, because it's going to be very hard. Give me 1 second.
Another joint, hold it up right here. Another joint right here. My Ashwa Quake, Freemasonry, the origin of Freemasonry. Now look at me right quick. I think Ashwa crazy. This message is for you. Ashwa don't like nobody getting his information out, but this is not this Negro information in the street. This right here belongs to all of us, man. We are Ashwa crazy. Stop calling me, asking me if I'm selling your tape. Hell no, I ain't selling your tape. Whenever you go into ancient Egypt, our ancestors got that information for us, not for you. You sound like nigga that said, discovered America. You didn't discover this. I remember watching one of the tapes, brother, and not to personally attack you, but I get upset when you keep calling people, talk about this is your information. This is not yours. It's now the us.
You a slick nigga, selling all my DVDs over the years. How much money you made off of me, Sonetta?
But this is not this Negro information.
Is you like you a schizophrenic or something, nigga? Something wrong with your brain, Sonetta. Why you can't just be right? You just can't be right, nigga.
Now that being said,
the only time when we don't have a beautiful experience is when we fucking with you. So what do? We chop your motherfucking head.
You ain't got no proof, nigga, that I went to the hospital and they all told me I had AIDS. I went to like 4 hospitals, and the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. AIDS.
Shaka. I don't give a fuck what Ramesses said. I'm Sonetta. Ramesses was just another man, bro. I don't worship them motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck what Ramesses said. I don't give a fuck what Akhenaten said.
As a people, I hate Africans because of what they did to my people.
There's nothing special about you because you following some spook-ass God, some God who we know is narcissistic, who's demonic, who's a goddamn liar, who's bipolar. The God of the Bible is a bipolar motherfucker.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who I'm the one who bangs against the Comedics. I bang against them and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up.
Polite, if let's say Polite is innocent, he could be a partial victim. You know, maybe he broke up with the girl. Who knows, you know, what happened in that instance. But the only true victim is that girl. So I think that's what we need.
And I think that's being a hypocrite because you have a member of ISUPK who was locked up for child molestation, for rape, or whatever it is, and y'all still support him. Here it is, Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all wouldn't support him. See the double standard?
What
you have a
standard?
member in ISUPK, which y'all support him financially. You put money on his books, but Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all
This how I know you taking a strong. This how I
brother.
know you take a strong position of Polite's innocence, regardless of waiting till the verdict come, because you keep bringing up the same exact thing, even though I've explained the position dozens of times. How many times do I have to explain the same exact position? So in that instance, the brother took a lot of.
Even if you explain it, it still remains the same, though, Captain.
No,
you still support
what remains the same?
Guilty.
But what remains the same, though?
That he was found guilty.
Definitely was found guilty, but he also
Polite was not found guilty.
I'm not saying don't support him, though. Right,
brother. You said if the brother come on my channel, you done. Wait. And you know you got me, man. You got me. I said, all right, brother.
That's right. Right. But what does.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
All right, peace and black power family. Welcome to another Sarnetta TV House of Consciousness production. You already know what it is. This is your brother Sarnetta. I am your host, and I'm bringing in another heavy hitter. You brothers and sisters better be ready. When we build this wall, this Kemetic wall, oh my God, ain't nothing stopping. We bringing in another young brother. He's a scholar. You one leave, 5 more come in. Reggie leave, 5 more come in. You know what I'm saying? Garfield leaves and turn his back on Kemet, 10 more come in. We already got Chris Harris. We bringing in another brother who is awesome, who is powerful. I would say I don't know, between him and Jabari, I would say they probably right here until I see the brother's work and ethic, and if he can handle the ring, getting in, or the battlefield, or whatever, anybody that come at him, if he can deal with that pressure, I think he can, because he's Kemet. And so without any further ado, I bring to you my brother, Shaka, in the building. What's up, Shaka? He runs the channel of Ma'at Forever. So if y'all are aware of that, make sure you go and subscribe to Ma'at Forever channel. Go over there and show some love for our brother. Peace and black power to you. Hotep. Shaka, what's happening, man? Unmute yourself.
Hotep Sen-E Sarnetta,
Yeah.
thank you for the invitation. I just want to greet the people as I usually do. Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, Iti, Ren Ishaka and Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Bonjour, Sak Passe, Mbote, all that good stuff.
Damn, don't y'all hear that? Don't that sound beautiful to your ears, man, right there? Just to hear him go in on that. I know he dealing with knowledge, man.
Have you ever met their father Benga?
No, I've seen him. I've seen him, but I'm not acquainted with him.
Well, you seen him on YouTube?
But brother, you like to say I know him and him. In 30 years, you don't have a book, you don't have a website, you don't have a platform. You have to go on other people's platforms. So you can talk all you want that you were acquainted with whoever. It doesn't hold any bearing with your scholarship.
Listen, I think everybody knows my work. You're just being introduced. Okay?
What is your work? You've been carrying their suitcases. You went errand and bought them drinks and coffee and tea. Everybody can do that. That's why I nickname you Butler.
So Sarnetta, so you allow this person to talk about, I carry Sarnetta's bags and suitcases.
So you are Butler for Sarnetta as well. It's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
and Sarnetta called you the B word. You did not object. You don't have any background.
You know.
I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Free Talk Q&A. Let's go. I see 2 real is there. Now, I just want to check the sound first of all. No, just a few seconds. Let me make sure you can hear me loud and clear. It's a bit loud. It's a bit loud. Let me check this stuff here.
Okay, put it down a little bit. How about that? Damn, what's that sound? Is it the cable that makes that sound? Okay, well, we'll work with this. So, what's up, brother? Have you been? It's in the place to be. You're on mute, brother.
What's going on, Shaka?
Oh, chilling, brother. How about yourself? How you doing?
All right, man. Chilling, man. Chilling. No, I had seen your show. I think it was yesterday with Chief X.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting, man. How he was, you know, how he said that he believed that the Egyptians were, white, which, kind of
Caucasian. If you don't say Caucasian, he's not gonna be happy. He's gonna say, "I never said white. I said Caucasian."
But he made a good point to me, right? Because this is what I would ask you, Shaka. Is a Russian? Would you consider a Russian Caucasoid or a Caucasian or a white man?
Yes.
But not a Arab person or the people that inhabit, what we would call like Dubai and places like that. You would call them not Caucasoids?
I would label them Caucasoids, and I have.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's where my confusion came in, because I was like, that is a Caucasoid, but I kind of only heard bits and pieces, So
this picture here is taken from Encyclopedia Britannica, and
yeah,
to me, he's a white-skinned person. But the things that in America, a lot of people use the word white, for Europeans, and I've been saying for a good minute that white doesn't mean European. We have white people in Asia, white people in Arabia, white people in Canaan, Israel. Because some people feel like whenever people are in Asia, then they are brown. We have some brown people in Asia. Yes, there's many white-skinned people in Asia as well.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm right with you on that. Okay. So yeah, that's when my confusion came in. Because I was like, I was talking to this one guy, and he was, talking about black people talking bad about us, and I was like, hey man, he was a white guy. And I told him, your people at war right now, and he told me, like, them people over in Russia are not my people. Those are, a different people. And I'm like, huh? Because a Russian is a white man to me, or a Caucasoid. But
man, they know they white. You go over there, if you look like any of these pictures, if you look like the picture behind Shaka, they terrorize people like that in Russia. They do. They do. And people pretending to not know what the word black is. When the word black came about, they wasn't checking nobody's DNA. First of all, they didn't need that. That wasn't the point. The point was, and when they made the term Caucasoid up, they wasn't checking nobody's DNA. That's the point. So it's just like this guy, it's not even just Chief X, it's a whole movement trying to get slick with people that don't know better. That's all it is. People that haven't really researched Egypt get confused when they start hearing these new ideas get thrown out there. Common sense will tell you the person that's behind Shaka today, if they lived in Egypt, they would be called nigger. It's just that simple. Today, if they lived in Egypt, that means they're black. If they lived in Tunisia today, they would be called nigger. If they lived in Russia today, they would be called nigger. If they lived in Saudi Arabia today, they would be called nigger. If they lived in the US today, nigger. France, nigger. What's so hard about it? There's nothing hard about it. There's nothing unfactual about it either. They were not testing people's DNA when they came up with these concepts.
It had nothing to do with your DNA. It had everything to do with your parents. You see? And Chief X, everything he said, he contradicted himself, and he thinks he's slick. He made so many comments. I'm glad he made these comments. For me, I noticed some really atrocious stuff. Every time he talked about black people, he talked about it like, we're not a group. We're not united. We're not the same. We're not related. He even said that we're not related. And I wish I was on the panel yesterday. I was a little sick, but I'm curious about what he means. We're not related. But why do you make black people? Here's the racist. Here's the undercover racism, the anti-black racism that Chief X has in himself. He always makes African people, black people special in this. We're not related. Well, since when have white people been related? Since when have Arabs been related? They kill each other. They don't like each other. They don't think each other are the same all the time, all the ways. Same for Europeans. But he's not stressing they're not related. He's only stressing Egyptians are not related to other Africans and other black people. That's his whole point. And it's lame. It's just totally lame.
And please,
it's insulting, you know?
Please let me just say this. Young Hero, hey, how you doing, brother? He's in the place to be as well. Just like V. Bennett is on the panel along with Two Real. Hero and Shaka put me in the back yesterday. These black people don't want to be nothing great. They run from the truth. Young Hero, just for the record, I put everybody out of the panel. You know what I'm saying? And I just left Chief X. At one point, I even put Chief X out of the panel, telling me, look, man, you shouting, you just talk, you know. So just wanted to clarify that. It wasn't just you, brother. And one thing also about what Chief X said yesterday, at one point he said that the DNA of the people of ancient Egypt ties them, it shows that they were from West Asia. That's really not precise, you know. If you take a DNA test,
it's not precise at all. He's manipulating information. He's coming to the panel and he wants to lie to a bunch of black people about his findings. He doesn't want to tell you precisely where he got that information from and what those DNA samples truly represent. He just wants to generalize and use it to say, you ain't niggas. You're not Negroes. Which is totally, when you know the data that he's talking about, you know how manipulative that statement is that he made. It's so ridiculous, man.
Indeed, because I doubt that if somebody takes a DNA test today, they say an African American takes a DNA test, that he would tell him, okay, he's from West Africa or East Africa. I would have thought that it would tell him he's from that tribe, that group of people, you see. And what if, I would thought that genetics would tie you to a group of people, indeed, not a particular land. Now, we know that there are a group of people who are known for staying mainly in a particular place. But, okay, I don't really want to go there like that. But let's say you have a group of people, you know, who live in a particular place, like the Gula people in America, you know. They are in America. So if somebody does a DNA test, would he be told, okay, he's from America? Or would he say he's from the Gula people? You know, I understand that they took samples from many different places in the earth, but the samples they don't take the samples from the earth. They take the samples from the population, you see. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, and the Gullah Geechee, I mean, I've never, and I watched a documentary on them, I've never heard them say that they're indigenous. You know, I've always heard them say that they keep their, you know, some traditions from
Africa,
you know, from Africa. So
yeah. I mean,
and look,
go ahead.
You know, here's another manipulation in how he's presenting his information. Right? You have DNA, right? Everybody has DNA, but you also have your family's lineage. For example, let's go back to Chief X's example of being related. If your father is Somali and your mother is let's say your mother is Igbo, which happens all the time, by the way, Chief X, in Africa, you know, what will your DNA make you then? What will show up in your DNA? How do you know what's going to show up in your DNA? You see, and that's the issue. That doesn't make you. if your mother is Somali or vice versa, and your daddy is Igbo, vice versa, what's going to show up, right? So they're going to split it up, right? But then here's the other thing. Are they now going to try to tell you that you, for example, your parent doesn't come from this particular region of the world, that they come from another region? So because your DNA says something, your father, it could have been your great grandmother that migrated from another part, and they're now going to try to say that since that person has lived in Nubia for 3, 4, 5 generations, you don't know how many, maybe 10 generations, right? They're going to try to tell you that your culture, who you are, everything about you is now Nubian. You see, going back to the Somali thing, your DNA, your mother could be Somali, your father could be Igbo. But what if most of your DNA comes out saying you're Somali, right? For some reason, right? But you look nothing like a Somali. You look physically only like an Igbo. How are people going to treat you? You see, so there's so many, I don't know if I said that clearly, but it's so many dynamics that go on with this, just as simple as you can see. If you saw this guy's image behind Shaka, even if his DNA, and I don't even think they sample, did they sample his DNA? Is he even in this pool, Shaka? But even if they sampled his DNA, the reality is that he will be treated like a black man today. That's what you call a black man. It's always been that. It doesn't matter. It never mattered what was in his DNA. You see, and I think that's where Chief X tries to get tricky with it. He tries to give you an idea that this DNA suggests they look like people from that region. No, man, it's not necessarily that way. So I think he's misrepresenting his findings on DNA and what that's supposed to actually mean. But I think people can really see clearly today, this man behind Shaka, if he lived in Egypt, he would be called black. That means he's black. That's what that means.
Let me ask you this though: Have either one of y'all ever did your DNA, like your ancestry and all that?
Oh yeah.
What did it come back as, if you don't mind me asking? Of course.
No, I don't mind you asking, man. I got European and African DNA, and my African DNA is also like diverse. It shocked me. It shocked me. But that's why, huh?
Oh, I was gonna ask, what about Shaka?
I haven't, because my parents were born in Haiti. So I understand for a lot of African Americans, it can be quite sad and disturbing, not knowing exactly, or not knowing, where, they come from. I mean, obviously, we know African Americans, come from Africa, even though some people claim to be indigenous to the Americas. But it is often said that the majority of Haitians come from Benin, the Republic of Benin. But some probably come from different parts of Africa. So, I never did it. I don't know if I'll do it ever one day. But one thing though is that I remember one day I was at work and I saw a newspaper, and I saw the face of a guy, and I was like, "Oh, that looks like a Haitian." And then when I read underneath, it was saying that it was the president of Benin. I think his surname was Boni. And I was like, okay. And I remember another time when I was looking at some music from the Republic of Benin, and I could not understand what it was saying, but the way they were pronouncing, it's as if they were like pronouncing the same way as Haitian Creole, and that really did something to me inside. So eventually, I would like to go over there and also learn, the language over there. But yeah. But I want to say though, Chief X is cool with Africa. He's been over there. He said that he's planning to go back over there, But indeed, like V Bennett said, this depiction here, and for the record, you have the link in the chat. This is from the Louvre Museum, Paris, France. I did not make that up. This is a mural painting. Yeah, go ahead,
Shaka.
brother.
He's not okay with Africa. He
Oh,
has a warped.
he's cool
No,
with Africa.
he have a warped sense of Africa. He has a warped sense of it. You know,
Oh,
the
his
way he
issues with
divides Africa.
his issue is with Egypt, with ancient Egypt, the ancient
Yeah,
Egyptians.
no, well, he expressed it through a lot of ways because, and that's the thing about it, you know, he have, you know, he introduces these ideas jumping from one thing. So first we talking about black, which is a socio-political term. That's what black is. It's a social political term. Okay. Nobody ever said it came from DNA. So I don't know what the hell he thinks that has to do with DNA.
It's just
No one's. It's just loony.
Anything
Just in,
to say that the ancient Egyptians were not black.
no, he's just being phony. He's just being phony about it. Be real about Africa and be real about this black shit. Okay? You can't be real about Africa and not be real about this black shit or vice versa. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, I don't give him that credit. You know, anybody can like niggas. Anybody can say they like niggas. That doesn't mean you cool with it. You know, but my thing is like my thing is like this. Whoever told him there was one ethnic group from Africa with one DNA type? Whoever told him that? Whoever told him there was one type of African in the first place? You know, that's what I'm saying. And I've never ever thought that there's one type of ethnicity of African. No, the Africa that I know, that I've been taught is that you have Africans that live in the mountains. You got Africans that live on the seashore. You got Africans that live in the savannah. You got Africans that live, and these are different types. These are truly different types, you see, but these people mingle together too. And you could see that, you know? So the idea that there's some pure Negro is ridiculous. And Africa is just ridiculous, you know, to even start from that perspective. Then when he goes out there,
I'm with you on that. Like, if I look at that,
well, I'm just saying,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I was saying,
oh yeah,
if I look at that picture behind Shaka, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, that looks like a black man to me. You know, even
it's a black. No. It doesn't look like a black man. Understand this in the law. This is a black man.
Yeah, but
in every place on earth, they will treat him like a black man. And if he says, I am Caucasian, they would say, ha, look at this crazy motherfucker. Send him to the insane asylum. He thinks he's white. That's what they would say to him.
You know, I feel like we got to be careful with saying that he would be called a nigger, right? Because have you ever read
dude, in Sudan right now where the war is kicked off, he's called a nigger. In the place in Saudi Arabia, they call them niggas. In Tunisia, they call them niggas. This is nothing new.
Have you ever read a discourse? I forgot whose name it is, but you can look it up. It's called the I don't want to say the
dude. This is where it gets complicated. Ask the people in Africa that look like this what they get called and how they are treated by the others.
Yeah,
ask them. But Chief X don't even do that.
Have you ever read it's an article called, I don't want to say it on Shaka's channel, but it's the N-word question. Have you ever read that?
No, it's okay. I mean, I don't use the N-word. You know, I'm not dictating how people should speak. But no, I'm not aware of that. But feel free to tell us.
It doesn't, or N-word, or in it. I mean, I'm talking about it's synonymous with the black word, the word black. Right. And synonymous with anti-black racism. That's what I'm saying. You know,
there's a discourse between two guys, and it's called the N-word question. If you look it up, and it's basically saying that they should call Irish people the N-word because they act just like them, right?
No, so that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying now when you say you're saying it's synonymous with black. You know.
I'm talking about real anti-black racism. I mean, and talking about the fact that these terms were created to describe African people, you know, and they are social political terms that I'm being real about it, you know.
The N-word, you know, derives from the Spanish Negro anyway, Spanish/Portuguese. Negro.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying.
And then in English you do have the word Negro, and then we have this variation,
Look,
N word. But let me just say this, just in case people don't know. This mural painting, once again, you have the link in the chat, and he also appears on the screen. That's from the Louvre Museum. This is Amenhotep III. This is Akhenaten's father. This is the husband to Queen T. You see, and I could have sworn that Chief X said that they took Queen T's DNA, and he says that she is like West Asian or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Basically, that she's not that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you straight up. All you got to do is ask some of those people in Africa. Ask those people in Africa that come from these tribes today that look just like this, all in the Nile Valley. Ask them first. See, this is the first rule of thumb that Chief X seems to totally abandon and throw out the window. It would be like trying to talk about Chief X's tribe without talking to nobody from Chief X's tribe about who they are. So let's go back to these people. These people that look like this on the Nile Valley River, if they ever heard Chief X say some shit, they would be like, nigga, get your ass back to fucking wherever you came from. What are you talking about? We're in the middle of a war, dumbass. We are these people. We come from here, and these other people are trying to take our home, dumbass. And you're helping them. That's how stupid this is about Chief X. He's a moron.
But let's chill.
He's a moron.
Let's chill because through dialogue we will get some clarity. So we have to listen to what other people think. But we have Jeher also in the place to be. Feel free to speak, brother Jeher.
Peace, fellas. What's going on?
Oh, chilling, brother. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Chief X pissed me off, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm the boss.
What Chief X done did now, man?
First of all, he yelled at us all like none of us know nothing about nothing and nowhere. Try to consume all the time. Came on here acting like a baby. Me. The rules don't apply to me. I don't have to tell you. I don't have to have an organized conversation with you. I'm just only here for a second. Let me just say what I have to say. Type of stuff. We was talking about.
Okay, so he was on
one thing. He was talking about. He went out and said, "Yeah, I'm going to show you a picture, a picture of who?
Pale Tutankhamun.
Right, a pale Tutankhamun." And he finally came up with the picture, and anybody with some eyes on that's used to looking at these images can tell it was worn off. The color was worn off. But yet he it's not even just that. He act like we never seen that picture before. He act like we never seen that picture. We act like we ain't discussed this picture 100 million times. You see what I mean? And that's the problem, But then he wanted to yell at people. He wanted to yell and start chastising. And it's like, yo, dude, I'm sorry, but now you're insulting yourself. Because if you think we're that stupid, why are you over here, brother? If you think you have to talk to us like that, you must really think we're stupid. So why are you here? So if you don't think you're stupid and you don't think we're not stupid, then talk like an intelligent black man, dude. But he's not doing that, man. He's talking like a dude that's about to have a goddamn seizure or something, yo. He's like,
yeah, that's what he do. That's what Chief X do, man. To me, I don't see Chief X no different from the likes of as far as like trying to basically what Chief X is doing is he's basically trying to steal and just revoke the identity of the true Egyptians. He's trying to take all of that away. For what reason, I don't know, but he acts just like a European racist scholar or Egyptologist. Some of those people who just will deny the facts, presented to try to take away that history from, African people. I mean, you may not like it at the end of the day, but it is what it is. There's been it screams, but it's like there's been so much of an effort to take so much history and culture and just progress away from African people. I mean, it's just it's sad, man. And I mean, it's even worse when you have people who are quote unquote, a part of your own race. I mean, that really looks bad when you got a person who, I mean, because it's like you can look at these people just by the phenotypes, and just the different features. You can tell what race they belong to just by that. But now all of a sudden you have these people where no, you can't do lookership, you can't do this, you can't do that. Okay, but even when you go down to the DNA and all that stuff, it still say the same thing, unless somebody trying to manipulate it or somebody just lying to you.
Yeah, or monopolize it, unless somebody's trying to say only we can study these DNA samples. Only we can drive conclusions from these DNA samples. And you can't have none of these samples for yourself to study. No, 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 no. And by the way, a lot of this stuff, the DNA he's talking about, is from the new kingdom or later. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Right.
kind of like, dude, we already been saying Egypt has been invaded how many times? Are you listening, fool? And that's going to be the argument that he sits up here and have to chastise people over. We don't have to argue about was Egypt invaded. That's never been our position.
Exactly.
Whose position has that been?
No,
You know what I'm saying? We've been stating the Greeks invaded, the Asiatics invaded. We've been stating that over and over and over. And all of a sudden he's like, well, they took DNA. Listen, you don't listen to me. Listen. It says that DNA is from Asia. It's like, dude, do you even know the time period you're even talking about, man?
No,
Like,
he don't.
what
He don't. He
the
just talk.
what is this? And then culturally, just culturally, you know, he doesn't even understand there's material matter and then there's cultural sciences too. So no matter how you want to cut this cookie, Egypt is an African civilization related, even if you don't like it, to other African civilizations, even if you don't like it, because the material matter is there to back that up. So it's like, I just don't get. there's no way there's no way you cut it. Then on top of it, you're just going to insult all these people that live on the Nile, that come from these Nile Valley places. You're going to insult Ethiopians. You're going to insult Somalis. You're going to insult Eritreans. You're going to insult Sudanese people. You're going to insult many more people, because there's many more people connected to this. You're going to insult them all by not talking to one of them about their own cultural heritage.
Right.
It's like, it's just nobody does that.
That's his hustle, because he gets those people who are from the Maghreb, North Africa, those Berbers. Those people are from Egypt and other Asian countries. Those people of European descent who don't like the idea of us just looking at the visual evidence and coming to a logical conclusion. And they gave him donations. Like there's a guy called APEP. I remember those guys are anonymous and unidentified for the most part, man. They know where I'm at, you know what I'm saying? And they cheerlead for him and say, oh, yeah, great, you debunking this Black Egypt stuff and stuff like, you know what I'm saying? But, hey, we seen what happened. For those who don't know, when I first showed him that one here, he said, I can show you as many depictions of ancient Egyptians looking white. I said, all right, let's go. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? He said he can show me like 500 depictions of white skinned ancient Egyptian. I said, just show me 5. Don't show me 500.
He was struggling to show one.
Indeed, he was struggling. What's
yeah,
up, young hero?
I know that.
Yeah, like just like J. Arrow said, man. That's like I told you, like before they even speak, you could sense what they trying to do, like, so before you beat around the bush, just come up with your whole logic, because I already see it. And what he's trying to do is, like I said, everything I just debunked everything he said with common sense, because even the scientists them debunk what you trying to say. You saying melanin is in everybody, and the scientists telling you everybody came from the motherland, which is Africa. That was where the first humans was, which means melanin arrived from that area, right? So if you have
Actually, he's correct. Everybody have melanin. White
well,
skinned
yeah, that's my
people,
point.
even albinos also, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if they have melanin in their skin, they came from the original people, which is black.
But
You
it
can't
may
cut
not be
it
the
no
reason,
other
though.
way.
It may not be just like a genetic trait. It may just be that, you know, I heard even in plants there's melanin, you know what I'm saying? So it's not just the humans, but also, you know, the
Yeah, it's in
botanic
all human.
kingdom.
It's in
Yeah.
modern, just modern humans. So I'm just saying, if everything originated from Africa, which where the most darkest people came from, they have the most melanin.
Yeah,
It just show you that, huh? Go ahead.
I've heard there's also different types of melanin as well.
Yeah.
Maybe, but that's not my lane. So, you know.
Regardless of
My,
what, bro. Regardless of what,
hey,
however
hey,
you want to cut it.
hey, Shaka.
Yes, brother.
Dude, look, you know who I heard that from? You probably got a good idea.
Ngozi.
No, not Ngozi. Mr.
Google
Wesley
Gaga.
Muhammad.
Oh, but I think that's correct. I think that's correct. The several times. I mean, let's just have a look together. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
everybody,
But
like I said,
I think there's several times. Yeah.
everybody just get information and try to pose it as facts. Like
Yeah.
everybody could, yeah, your truth could be whatever you want to make it. So,
hmm Yeah, he
like I
did a
said, what
lecture
the
on
whole
that.
agenda to me, yeah, the agenda is trying to separate black people, trying to claim that he's some kind of other black man. It's the same
Right.
Asiatic black man theory. It's like trying to separate yourself from Africa or other black people around the world because you
hmm
born in America. You like, where is your history? Like what you came from, if that's the case. Where your civilization? What ancient time you was here before? Since you think you from America and you separate from the motherland. I mean, give us the facts, give us the records.
Hmm. And
Hey,
here
Shaka, I
here
got a
it
question
says,
for you.
hold on, please, hold on, told you, Harry, please.
Okay.
Now here, this is Wikipedia's answer on melanin, and it says there are 5 basic types of melanin: eumelanin, phoemelanin, neuromelanin, allomelanin, and pyomelanin. Now, there's another thing I want to show, and this time it's from Britannica, which I always prefer when it's available, when there's an entry available. I'm going to put that in the chat, and I will greet the people in the chat when I get the chance. Now, this reminds me of Professor Leonard Jeffries when he was accused of saying that melanin makes black people superior, and he said no. He said that it's an advantage. You see. Now, this is Encyclopedia Britannica, one of the most respected encyclopedia in the world. So this is
hmm
an entry for melanin. So it says, I don't know that ad here. Uh, Melanin, a dark biological pigment found in skin, hair, feathers, scales, eyes, and some internal membranes. It is also found in peritoneum of many animals, for example, frogs. But its role there is not understood. So its role in the frog is not understood. Now here it is here. Melanic pigmentation is advantageous in many ways. One, it is a barrier against the effect of the ultraviolet rays of the sunlight. On exposure to sunlight, for example, the human epidermis undergoes gradual tanning as a result of an increase in melanin pigment. Two, it is a mechanism for the absorption of heat from sunlight, a function that is especially important for cold-blooded animals. Three, it affords concealment to certain animals that become active in twilight. Four, it limits the incidence of beam of light entering the eye and absorb scattered light within the eyeball, allowing greater visual acuity. Five, it provides resistance to abrasion because of the molecular structure of the pigment. Many desert dwelling birds, for example, have black plumage as an adaptation to their abrasive habitat. So we have the 5 examples of why melanic pigmentation is advantageous. So yeah, go ahead, brother Jay here. Feel free.
Yeah. I was thinking about something as you was reading that article, man. You know, I've heard a lot of different scholars talk about melanin. I mean, let me see, Dr. Carol Barnes. There's another lady. I also heard Dr. Laila Africa. He used to talk about it,
Mm-hmm.
and he also talked about some of the advantages or whatnot. And I consider him to be pretty accurate as far as like in the medical field, because from my understanding, he was a doctor.
No,
An
no, not
actual
a doctor. It
doctor,
was a nurse. It was a nurse, and he was a
nurse.
naturopath. Yeah, but it
Okay,
wasn't.
okay.
It wasn't a medical doctor.
Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. So yeah, he used to talk about that a lot, and like, I thought about that when you were reading and talking about the melanin in the eyes, because one of the things that immediately came to mind when you was talking about that, I've heard him say before that melanin. Well, I guess I put it like this. He was talking about black people, but he was saying that we have a higher concentration, and he was saying that because of that, we're we're able to see a full spectrum of color. Now, I don't know how true that is, but it just came to mind when you said that. You know, because a lot of I gotta be careful now quoting some of the older scholars because you know you got people throwing around the term pseudo like it's a hot potato. So I'll
Mm.
tread lightly, but
Mm.
a lot of other scholars have
Mm.
had those conversations.
And many times the people who use the term pseudo towards others are actually pseudo, like
Yeah,
Hmm.
Garfield Reed, like the pseudo killers,
yeah.
like Sabir Bay.
Exactly.
You know,
They YouTube scholars. They're the one that use those words.
And you know what? By the way, you can be incorrect without being a pseudo scholar. I mean, it's just that simple. That's the name of this game. It's called research, and you derive a theory based on your research, and you
But
present it to the overall
I
community, and
think
people
I
debate it.
think he have some kind of proof in that because when you look at black people, they when it comes to physical, whether it's sports, whether it's whatever it is, they outdo the other races, and the majority of them is the most darkest people in the world. So
but you see, when you go there, brother, it's
I
like it's limited to the physical ability. You know what I'm saying? But
No, I'm not saying that in every way. I mean, you have black young geniuses in Africa that's building cars and all kind of thing without barely any material. If they had the
Well,
corporations, even one black guy that came up with the self-powered TV, and he went to Europe or whatever country, like I said the other day, and he happily got sick. Next thing you know, you look on news, you see a white boy with the same self-powered TV that he invented like a year ago. But guess who is manufacturing it? The rich people, because he don't have the people behind him in order to do so. So it's not talking about physicality alone. I'm just saying
yeah,
in
yeah.
a lot of departments, when black people put their mind to it, they always outshine the other people.
But then we have to be careful because I see what you mean, and there's genius everywhere. And the thing is that we with a depiction as clear as the one from the Louvre
I'm not
Museum,
saying it.
which
I'm
shows
just
one of the most powerful ruler of Egypt. That's one of the most powerful king that ancient Egypt ever had. And people are here freestyling about, oh yeah, but if you look at his DNA and whatever. So no
but
wonder that now that we see that melanin is an advantage, it is a bit sensitive. It's a sensitive issue. You know what I'm saying? Because some
yeah,
people kind of interpret that or act
it's
like,
been
oh,
so. That's why we're in the state we're in.
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
But the
And
thing is that you see, we have people who claim to be scholars, and I'm not denying the fact that somebody who did not go to the formal education route, I'm not denying that someone can, teach some accurate stuff. You know what I'm saying? I left school at 17 years old. I went back to school at 40 years old. You know what I'm saying? When I started that Egyptology course, you see. So I would like to say that since I was 22 years old in 2004, I've been sharing accurate information. I made a few mistakes along the way. I acknowledge my mistakes because I don't have problem, admitting that I was wrong, contrary to some people. But the thing is that if you love your people, if you respect your audience, whether it is your people or not, you will teach them accurate information. But we have on one hand, one brother, what I'm saying, who said that he saw a man change size and his body reduced to the shape of an 8-year-old boy, and then he played with children. And then we have a Mr. Gaga Gugu talking about that's the first language, the world's first language. If it's a language, it can be taught, it can be learned. You know what I'm saying? And the dude is a white supremacist praising an anti-black person. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, feel
Right.
free, brothers and
Well,
sisters. I mean,
another thing that troubles me, like how how he approached this dynamic, and it's not only him that approaches it this way, but they apply rules to uh, their study and their view of ancient Egypt that they don't apply on anyone else in the world in terms of how people group up, right? Groupings of people. Now, even in Egypt, even in Egypt, there was not, if you just want to talk about African people, there was not one group of African people represented among the Egyptians. Not one ethnicity. It's not one ethnicity in the first place. And a lot of times people confuse the fact of that they have a state language, which is supposed to mean that all the people were of the same tribes and same exact ethnicities and do not migrate in from other parts of Africa either.
And there are
He
records
presents
of
it
them going at war, right?
that, well, he likes to talk about how the Egyptians went to war against the Nubians and were enslaving them. He likes to go down that path, if you want to discuss that. But the reality is that there's another exchange going on. Africans who voluntarily migrated into Egypt, and for numerous,
Yeah.
I mean, can you centuries, thousands of years, man? And that's the thing. So he gives people a false impression of what Egypt is in the first place. It's not actually one ethnic group, you see,
Right.
and that's the thing about it. They had a system of how you gain power, right? And of course, they had hierarchy, which they had rules about how you gain entrance into their hierarchy. But there's nobody that's I've never come across anybody that studied the civilization that suggested there's not multiple groups of African ethnic people in there.
And
So
Chief X
oh,
sound
go ahead.
like one of these so-called white philosophers, historians that trying to do everything in their power to prove that Egyptian wasn't black. He could have go in any other location and try to do that, but they have to take Egypt away. You feel me? So all that narrative ain't nothing new. He talking like he's saying something people haven't heard. White people have been trying to do that forever.
Even white people admit there's multiple different ethnic African groups inside. That's the thing about it. That's what's so absurd about Chief X. It's not like this is not stuff that people haven't been discussing, but he doesn't seem to get a hold of that information. He seems to be more focused on this idea of just proving that these people are Caucasians. And by the way, you already know when he brings up that word that he's automatically discounting his argument.
And
He's
he
undercutting his argument.
trying to
You know?
prove he trying all of them is just he might as well just say he's a aboriginal, because that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to separate black people from each other. And that's one thing I don't like about these so-called people with their narratives. They will come up with anything to separate themselves from either Africa or black people worldwide. You know what I'm saying? Like that I just don't get that. Wherever we go, it's all the same rhythm, same culture, same ways of life, same ways of a lot of things, But I'm just saying, bro, like what are you separating yourself to? I just want to know, where's your ancient history, where y'all came from, what you have to represent that, what I mean, you somebody on this earth if you separated from the motherland. So I just see it as bullshit. It's another Hebrew, another Aboriginal, another Asiatic black man, another all of that. That's what they are, that's the agenda. So once they separate themselves from Africa, then they gonna try to destroy it and try to say Egyptian is white.
But there's one thing that I like when people talk about, and it's very cliche to show the times when there was war between Egypt, ancient Egypt, and some Nubians. Some people say that Ramesses II's wife, Amos Nefertari, was of Nubian descent. You see, and yesterday, the good brother Donnie Williams, I asked him if the ancient Egyptians, according to him, if they were black. He said no. Then I showed him this depiction from the Louvre Museum of Amenhotep III, and I said, "Is that a black man?" He said, "Yes." And I told him, "But you were saying that the ancient Egyptians were black, were not black, you know." And then I remember he answered, "Oh, I don't have time to play games." I'm paraphrasing, but he said something like that. I don't have time to play games.
Yeah,
So
that
the discussion becomes different because
I don't make
first it's the ancient Egyptians were not black, and then it becomes, oh, but they were not as black as the Nubians. So the narrative
yeah,
changes. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? And
Colorism.
I like that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
And
but it
then
depends on what part of Egypt you come from. I
and
mean,
then
that's the thing about it. And it depends on what part of Nubia you come from. Nubians had people that looked like that man behind you, Shaka, and they also had darker skinned people that looked like him. And so did Egypt. So, but what they try to do is get these paralyzing images to compare to give a false sense of what the people actually were like, And
yeah,
then again,
they
they try
using
to
their
insist they try to insist, like, we admit every day that in Europe or in other parts of the world, different kingdoms married into different families. They married one person from one kingdom in with another. Why did they do that? To keep their alliances strong. You see what I'm saying? And to actually think that Egyptians weren't doing this, didn't have this practice, it's absurd because they're doing it constantly. They're expressing it constantly in their writing. So it's just like, again, it's like trying to apply a different set of standards, which it's a defeatist argument because, again, if you're trying to say that Egyptians were Caucasians or that they were Asians and that they were not Africans, it's like, okay, well then why do you keep pointing back? When you look at these Europeans, they keep on doing all these amazing things that you're saying Africans just couldn't do for some reason. Africans, they couldn't marry into each other's families. Not with the neighboring group, no, because they don't have any relation to each other. It's ridiculous, man.
then you know what he gonna say? He gonna say, yeah, the Egyptians they used to put the red clay on them, right? Then
The
he go
the red ochre,
the
I mean,
red
as a
ochre.
convention, the male were
Yeah,
depicted red and the
yeah.
woman yellow. The
Then he
red
gonna
ochre was
say,
above them.
yeah, he gonna say, the Caucasians. That's what Caucasians do. I'm like, bro,
Right.
this guy's an idiot. You know, have people in Africa today who still put that clay on them, all
Yeah,
in their hair and everything.
is it the Himba people?
Yeah,
They do that, and some people put white on their skin as well. You know what I'm saying?
That
yeah, yeah.
exactly.
You know,
That's what they
So yeah,
did.
this guy, he had no argument. He was just making up stuff as he go.
those are the
The
Himba
the
people.
elites, the
Yeah, he,
kingdom, the
yeah, that's
queen
them
and the
right there.
kings, the kings and the queens in Europe had a practice of putting on white makeup because that would allow people to know they were not field folk. They weren't out in the sun. They weren't the other type, the everyday folk. I mean, come on, but that's if you want to believe that they're putting on ochre to some amazing extent. Again, it's a theory, you see. But when you look at when you look at the Nile Valley and you say, okay, Queen Ty, right? They, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong. They
Queen
got
Tut.
images of her where she's jet black, right? Am I
Well,
correct?
well, black, jet black, I'm not sure, but black indeed. Yeah. But then it's up to people's interpretation, and that's why I love the painting, because when you have the statues, some people say, "Yeah, but we with the statues," you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the thing is, at the time of Dr.
But here's
Diaz,
the thing.
yeah, go ahead.
But then then when you point out that there's people on the Nile Valley that actually look like that for real without paint on them, they just ignore them completely. Nah, no. It had to be paint. See, then that's when they wanted to symbolize that the godliness was black. So they had to put on the black makeup. It's like, man, what are you talking about? Like, these are these people's neighbors. Do you really think they had no proximity to them? Do you really think they only had an adversarial relationship with them? Is that what he's trying to explain to people? It's just ridiculous, man. It's just ridiculous. You know, people put on makeup, but they didn't put on makeup to hide themselves.
That's too real, man.
But the thing is that you see at the time of Diop and Dr. Diop and Dr. Obenga, people didn't have access to so many of the paintings, but now we do. So all those people who be cheerleading for Chief X, you know what I'm saying? You know where it's at, man. Holler at me, and then we're gonna have this discussion. But you know, the interesting thing is that Chief X did say that he can show like 500 paintings, you know, of the ancient
Yeah.
Egyptians looking what. I just asked him to show me 5. Even for so-called Pale Tutankhamen, he struggled. He struggled. And then what did he do? Oh, look, a Tutankhamen on the chariot fighting against the Nubians. Look, the Nubians are black. Now, amazingly, the Nubians become black. For all the people who like to say, oh, there's no such thing as a black person. It's a social
But
construct.
Shaka,
All of a sudden,
they
yeah, go ahead.
weren't even all black. They weren't all like he expressed, though. That's the thing about it.
Some had a different skin tone indeed, but you know, he's and then he's accusing us of doing mind games and stuff like that. But it's good to have the convo. It's good, you know, because those are your talking points. I've heard them so long ago. You know what I'm saying?
People don't even know when these things was even put on the wall.
No, we know that's the lifetime of Tutankhamen, so that's roughly around 1300 BC. I mean, you know, it's very
well,
well.
it's a estimate. It's a roundup. It's a
no, but that's quite
it's
precise.
not a factual. That's what I'm saying.
That's
It's
precise.
not 100% fact, Shaka.
Well, what is 100% fact?
That's
What
my
can we
point.
say besides the fact that we are living and breathing and eating? You know, when it comes to history, what can be labeled 100% fact? But it's very precise and accurate. No, there was conflict between Egypt and Nubia. We can escape the reality.
But wasn't it? Didn't it have stories of Nubia like people from the south always coming to restore order in Egypt when they was at war?
Well, I wouldn't call it like that, but there was some, warriors, the Magi. But the problem is that, and I've quoted that other PhD, well, it's a PhD not in Egyptology, it's a PhD in chemistry, but he's been, studying Egypt for I think 30 years. Michel Desoudex, and he talks about the fact that the Magi was working on both sides of the sense of the fence. They were working for the Asiatics and for the Nubians. So at one point, they put a smack down. The Egypt put a smack down, and also there's that letter that was intercepted where Hyksos asked the Nubians to ride on Kemet with them. But we have a new caller now. Ray, feel free to speak.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Chilling.
I'm just sitting back listening.
Oh, okay.
Man. I was just curious, man, if you saw, what's his name, Sabretooth, I call him, Sabir's live today. He was talking about you called you Shaka Doo-Doo.
Oh, he's using Saneta's nickname now. It's all good. But the thing is that, well, feel free. I didn't know that, but feel free. Continue.
Yeah, he said that Saneta called him or texted him today, or I guess before he went live, and was saying something about you in a negative light, and then he was calling you Shaka Doo-Doo. He was just backpedaling from trying to get out of confronting you. You know what I mean? When confronted him.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually, I misunderstood you. Sabiabe said that Saneta called me Shaka Doo-Doo, or did Sabiabe call me Shaka Doo-Doo?
Well, he said that Saneta called you Shaka Doo-Doo, so then he proceeded to call you Shaka Doo-Doo when he was talking about you. You know what I mean? But
well, let me say this. Let me say this for the record. Sabiabe, you are a bitch. Saneta, you are a bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know where I'm at. The link is right there.
He was just talking bad about Saneta too.
Yeah. You are some bitch ass, liars, scammers, thieves. Sabiabe, you did bootleg Tariq Nasheed, and Tariq Nasheed is not somebody that I consider like I'm not a fan of Tariq Nasheed, for lack of a better word, because of his xenophobic stance. How many times he disrespected non-FBAs? I ain't cool with that. Just like I wouldn't be cool if I hear some Africans, continental Africans or non-continental or diaspora Africans talking bad about African Americans. I wouldn't be cool. I don't like the xenophobia, particularly amongst our people. But y'all some bitch ass. You know exactly where I'm at. The link is here in the chat. Pull up now, because I put up on all your channel. I put up on that bitch ass Saneta's panel. And Saneta is a pedophile defender. He's a child molester defender. I already have the video on my channel where he's defending Dr. York for 10 minutes straight. You see? So that's why it's nicknamed the Rape OK. when WAP 100 and his own other homie, they said live on air to Zaria that he was defending, a guy, a child molester, you know what I'm saying? And they said similar things to Sanetta. They didn't have all that smoke because they are beach made, you know what I'm saying? Now, so Bay, I'm sorry, he's pseudo. He's defending a white supremacist called Ibn Khaldun. He only found out that Cleopatra was Greek a few days ago. He said, I mean, what more can I say? Go ahead, feel free, Ray.
No, he's comedy. Because I discovered him like 4 years ago, and initially when I saw him, he was talking about the Moors, and I was introduced to the Moors probably in 1990. You know what I mean? So I was just happy to see somebody not even discussing it. And then as I got to watch him, I realized he's full of shit. Then he misinterpreted I misinterpreted a comment that I put on there that started going off of me. And at first I let it slide, and then he did it like 3 or 4 times. But his problem is he can't read. He can't comprehend anything either. So, I mean, he showcases all these books, but he hasn't read it. But he misinterpreted a comment I put on there, and I started clowning him, and to the point where he got mad and blocked me, and if it's
drink water and go use the toilet.
Then he started talking about my family, my wife, and that's when it got personal.
Hold on, here, please. Now, come, Ray. What did he say about your family?
No, he was saying, well, he always says like, "Oh, your wife is probably watching me" or something like that. I said, dude, you are 5'6". You are vertically challenged. There's nobody that's checking for you. You are 5'6". You almost can collect disability based on that. You know what I mean? It's just funny. When he said that, it just pissed me off to the point where it's personal. And then, I confronted him. I was like, look, man, and he lives in LA too. I was like, we can meet. We can discuss it like men if you want. You know what I mean? It's up to you. But that, he didn't. But his whole thing is he just lies and he tells, partial truths, and he's just stupid, is what it is.
He's real pseudo. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun.
Oh yeah,
that guy. And he's arguing about he was not racist. He didn't use the word black. Who translated it? Man, I've used the same book he used. But the thing, one thing that I want people to take note of. A few days ago, I came across that video of the brother Tahuti, who said that he saw Malachi York shapeshift, and like he grew taller and he grew smaller to the shape of an 8-year-old, and he was playing with children and all. He said he saw that from his own eyes. What happened recently? The guy was back, and not to say that he never went there, but he hasn't been there for a minute. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised if you got a phone call for that Bia Sanetta. Hey, come here. Frenchie talked about you. Come here. Then what happened? We had a discussion with Sabir Bey. We established that Sabir Bey is pseudo, and Sabir Bey got a phone call from that biatch Sanetta. Sanetta is a punk bitch. Sanetta, and like I give the link here. Everybody can put up. Sanetta can put up here. Sabir Bey can put up here. You know what I'm saying? Beach ass Garfield too. Punk beach ass Reggie too. But there are some beach ass suckers who like to lick each other's anus.
Check this out.
There's not many people who allow people to put up on their panel. Yeah, they don't want to smoke. Go ahead, brother Vivian.
Look, check this out. All of these guys that go over there to his panel, all of them, why would you stand? I'll put it to you. Let me give you an example. If you call Seti's, what did he say about Seti's mother? What did he tell Seti's mother to do?
He said to young Pharaoh, tell Seti's mother to come suck my dick. And
now listen. Now young Pharaoh is sitting right back with him on the panel. So that right there tells you they have no standards. They have no backbone. There is nothing they respect. There is zero, let alone anything called Africa, let alone anything called black. You see what I'm saying? Look.
Yeah, you ain't hear what young Pharaoh called them the last time? He told them before he went, y'all all niggas, man. Suck my D. And then left.
You see? So they do all these things. They do these things, brother Ray. They get personal because it is an admittance that they do not want to intellectually have any real conversation about their own people or their own people's situation. That's all that is. They have to divert to this kind of stuff. And the thing is that no man I'm not going to stand next to no man that says those kind of things about somebody else's mother, somebody just even makes these little comments, because what is that? Come on, man. You can't go anywhere after that. After you have your conversation, then you can get nothing done because you show you got no respect for the average man, for your own brother. What's worse?
And
You know?
Kunat is on tape. Kunat from DC is on tape saying that one day Sanada called him and told him, F your mother, F your wife. Kunat is over there on that panel. Those guys are not men, man. They don't stand for themselves, huh? So you don't stand for themselves, they're not going to stand for other people.
Nope.
Right. So we know why they're saying Shaka Doodoo. We know why, because that's the only thing they can say.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's the thing, you
They
know?
have to take personal shots because they can't defeat him when it comes to logic, common sense, and history. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, yeah, the Shaka don't attack them personally. He attack them on the topics. Everybody talking about they scholars and they have this degree and that degree. So why they taking personal shots? You know what I'm saying? So this guy, he just show his true hand. Like I told you, he was just disrespecting Sanetta the other day and thinking that Shaka was down with him. So people must have given him the news of what's going on. So now he's using the same terminology instead of stepping up like a man and coming and prove his point. You know what I mean? Shaka never disrespect him. He just show him what he's saying is nonsense.
Yeah.
And somebody let me show
None of
something.
us disrespected them.
Hold
We ain't talk about Sanetta's mother. We ain't talk about Sanetta's sister, family, kids, daughter. None of that. It's only about him, what he says, what he allows on that platform that's disgusting and shameful. That's it. You know,
Whenever
and anti-black. And he take it somewhere else, you know? It's like
whenever he's I said some stuff, you know, I used profanity. It was in response to stuff that they said, but I want to show you. Hold on, let me get. Hold on, I'm gonna unshare, but I want to show you what somebody left as a comment. Hold on. No.
and Jabari, he's sitting on a panel with somebody that told another black man's mother to do what? And he's going to sit on a panel with that man and laugh like it's just something we all do. Like that's a good sign of brotherhood. That's a sign of ma'at, or that's a sign of screw all these terms. That's a sign of anything.
Walk around with unk and all of this, try and act like he high priest and yada yada. But look at the circle he within. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't have it both ways, bro. You can't try to act like you're the most righteous and you stand for this and that, but all you do is mess with people that's no good, and they the ones that tell the whole world that they no good. They ain't nobody. They the one that bringing out all the records. You know what I mean? So if you were standing for anything, you would get them in the right place, or you would separate yourself for them. But all of them is about the same agenda. Ain't nothing coming out of this. Everybody's about their pockets.
Exactly.
That's all.
Cash
That's
at me
all
every
they
5
about.
cents.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Jabari doesn't stand on principle. Jabari doesn't stand on ma'at. Jabari spoke on the polite situation publicly. He said that polite should stand down, should be on timeout because of the serious allegation. Polite was not convicted. He didn't have his day in court. But those guys, as Hebrews like Tuzayak's cousin, was found guilty in a court of law for child molestation, and Tuzayak still defends him publicly and send him money. He didn't say that, you know, Tuzayak and ISUPK should be on timeout. The other TMH Jude, who was found guilty of child molestation, Jabari doesn't say that he should be on timeout. So he doesn't even stand on his own standards. You know what I'm saying? But it was somebody actually. I don't find it now. I like to, you know, substantiate. But somebody. Oh, there it is. There it is. That is that video. What does it show though? It should be that video, the latest live stream. And I thought that's what it was. I must have went too quickly. But hold on. It's actually. What doesn't it show here? Let me do it this way. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So yesterday's live stream, somebody left a comment, and you see the video. That's yesterday's live stream, and there it is. Wow, are you watching Subir today? He defend Sanecha's scam chatter Nikki problem. You know, so I just wrote. You know, he's not the only one doing so. I'm kind of done with Mr. Gaga Gugu, unless I forgot the end. Unless he addresses me, yeah.
hilarious.
I
I
feel
heard it
like
when he said that the
replying.
first time.
Come again?
I heard it when he said that the first time. He was trying to justify it as a language. I'm like,
Yeah.
this fool is retarded. Something's
Oh,
wrong
he's
with him.
gone. He's gone. But for those who don't know, just for the record, you know what I'm saying? You know, now if he's defending Scam Cheddar regarding the Nikki situation, and we know that he's bumping KRS-One, KRS-One is a huge supporter of BAM. I heard that Biabe was part of the Zulu Nation, but you know, everybody can ask him how he feels about BAM. I don't think he's gonna have any criticism. So you have a lot of guys, you know, they like them young, and they may have done some stuff or have some friends or family members done some stuff, but you know, we're gonna find more with the trial. But here, for the record, for those who don't know what, hold on, for those who don't know what Gaga Gugu is, that's the so-called scholar. So be a bay.
Yeah, no, but it ain't the people, right? Let me help you out. I'm gonna help y'all out real fast in some language, and I know his audience is listening. Do you know the first language ever? Do you know the first language, either one of y'all?
Well, brothers and sisters, brace yourself. You know, I don't know the first language ever. Apparently, he knows it. Let's listen.
Yes, baby language.
Baby language, right?
So, baby language is a language now? All right. Okay. If it's okay. Well, it's a language. We can learn it and we can speak it, right? Sounds pseudo, but it's okay.
Baby language is the first language. Is Gaga Gugu, like Lady Gaga, Gaga Gugu. Baby speak. Who else speaks like that? Who else talks? Well, whoever this is, who you are, let me see your face first. Or you're not coming on. You can just sit back. So, Gaga Gugu is numbers, basically. Like most animals, numbers, hand signals, and stuff like that.
Is it serious right now? Gaga Gugu's numbers? You know, there's one thing I forgot, but you know, he did say that more means navigator. You know what I'm saying? You know, so if it's a nationality, you know, navigators is not supposed to be a nationality. You know, anybody can be a navigator. You know, it just takes a little training. You know, you don't need to earn a PhD to become a navigator, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Let's listen to the first language, Gaga Gugu.
Gaga Gugu, it's numbers. Babies talk to one another. They talk. They're numbers. The other
They sure do.
Right? They know what they communicate with each other. They be talking with each other. You notice that? They be sitting there talking to each other. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what the hell they saying. The other language, if y'all not familiar with this, and if you
It's a language. How come we don't know what the hell they're saying? So it's an undeciphered language, then, I guess.
You can probably find it. You should look that up too. Now, don't try to steal what I'm saying because it's going to be very hard. Give me 1 second.
Then he ends up saying, don't try to steal what I'm saying. Like he's saying something great and exclusive. You know what I'm saying? Man, this dude is gone, man. I'm gonna say this, man. I'm gonna say this.
It's funny how all of a sudden he was just speaking against Sanetta the other day, but now he's speaking on that Nikki issue. Like,
and Young Hero, do you remember what he was saying about Sanetta a few days ago?
Well, he was saying Sanetta and all them over there on their platform, he'll wash them up, and they like going against him, like you know, because
he ruined careers. That's what he said. He said, "I'll ruin careers."
Yeah,
I'll take all your followers.
He's not their friend. Yeah, he's not their friend. So for him to be speaking,
and today he was kissing ass.
This is what I'm saying.
19 Keys hit him up on a text and said to come on my show on Wednesday. He has a function, supposedly it's sold out, and he asked him now. He's kissing 19 Keys' ass when he was just talking about him as well, saying how you take your audience, he'll ruin your career. Yeah, nigga, you can't even maintain and retain your own audience. What are you talking about? It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
he said he took yours, but you know what's funny is Raquel, there was a lady today, Raquel from this obviously of your viewership, and she was commenting on his feed, and she was clowning him. And he blocked her and deleted all her comments. But,
hold on. What happened with that Raquel?
Her name, Raquel something. But she was commenting on his feed and basically just saying legitimate stuff. But he, tried to backpedal and so I'm going to block you because he's quick to block. He'll block you in a second. Yeah. So and that's the only thing he's good at is blocking. He'll block you.
He's good at. And when he said, when I played, that you were saying, oh, it's going to take my audience or that. Actually, put the link to his channel in my feed, in my live stream. I say, hey, there it is. This is a link to his channel. But the thing is that, once again, man, not many people do that. Just like I'm doing now, leaving the link here, and everybody can put up. Those guys, like especially the rape, okay, they need to prepare in advance and scheme. But I destroyed Tazariak. Tazariak was supposed to have a debate. It was a pre-debate discussion. I asked him like maybe 10 times, do you want to debate? Yes or no? He would not say no because he would look bad, and he didn't say yes. So he ran from the debate. He first said that Mad is a bird, that it has attestation of Moses and Miriam in the hieroglyphic, and he also said that in the Maxims of Ptah says that you should suppress your woman. Every time that I asked him to substantiate, he didn't. I destroyed Napa, Wolf Shada. I destroyed Teenager Yara. I destroyed Lord Abba. I destroyed the Butler Reggie. I destroyed the pseudo Garfia, scammer, liar,
Yes, sir.
master's degree. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Shaka, you're the real champ, Shaka.
And I don't mean to sound condescending or like I'm tooting my own horn, but this is documented. The video is on my channel. You know what I'm saying? So they felt some kind of way and they had to click up, and now they have a new member in that clique who is severe, but I destroy them all with no problem. And Jabari, I don't see us. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But when it comes to the meta nature, he knows what's up. He knows that there's levels to this. So they know the deal. So the only thing they can say, oh, it's a Frenchie. You know what I'm saying? And also that punk Bobby Banger. When I told him, look, come to my panel, he said no. I said, I'll go to your panel. He said no. And when Scam Cheddar came on my panel, he came like a dog. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'm not even worried about these dudes. They can put up any day, and please, whoever's listening, whether it's Chief X audience or the House of Rape, HOK, House of Conscious Mess, Scam Cheddar Studio, Punk Dagger Squad, anybody can get it tonight.
Sabir would never pull up.
Yo, how many? Now, Sabir would never pull up, man.
Never.
It only took me 2 seconds to. Shaka was talking about that. Maybe he'll show up tonight. Maybe I was like, oh no. This
He's
man,
not coming without Taj.
Just,
Anytime he gets challenged, he has to go get Taj. He has to go get all these people because he can't defend his own status of what he's trying to convey. Like he knows a little bit about a few things, but not a lot about anything. That's the problem. So then he puts himself on blast, and he can't defend his position, and he's his vocabulary is very limited. So that's what I'm saying. If you're an avid reader, there's no way you can't learn words. Your vocabulary is going to be enhanced, and it's going to come off in the way you speak. And for him to hold up 9,000 books, and not even pronounce the guy Zuckerberg's name, Zuckenberg, he calls him every time. Zuckenberg. I'm like, nigga, for real? Zuckenberg? Who is that? Who is that? He said, well, Zuckerberg reads the Macadamia. I'm like, dude, have you read it? Because the thing you posted is in the book. You know what I mean?
In the book.
Man.
In the same version that he was holding in his hand that he showed on the screen.
The Macadamia. I'm like, this nigga don't know nothing, man.
And he's there pictures in front of statue of Ibn Khaldun, his pride and all that. Oh man.
And people paid for him to fly over there to do that. That's what's crazy. That's what's crazy.
But on the HOK side, dudes selling oils, doing debates, and the oil money, the debate money that's promoted on House of Consciousness is being sent to the child molester cousin of his. They were in the street telling people you have a father who's a child molester. Well, he has a cousin who is a child molester, but that they don't mind. I'm saying Jabari's cool with that. Jabari's cool with child molesters. He's on a panel with them, kicking it with them. You know what I'm saying? And Sanetta is on tape defending Malachi York, who has one of the worst case ever of child molestation, one of the lengthiest, if not the lengthiest, prison sentence, 135 years. And Sanetta, dumbass, is on tape defending Malachi York for 10 minutes straight. 10 minutes straight with Hassan Campbell. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
It's like
people assume that this, like, a lot of times they make the assumption that these rape cases all involve 16-year-old girls or 15-year-old girls, things like that, 14. They try to keep it in that area where, even though to a grown damn man, none of that shit is acceptable, but they try to keep it in this area where it makes you sound like, okay, maybe, just maybe somehow she ate a lot of fried chicken and had a lot of, she was beefy, the young girl, and there was a mistake or something. But what if you find out all the victims are not 14, 15, 16? What if you find out that possibly one of them is even younger, not even teenager?
like
What if
6
you
years
find
old?
that out?
Like
Not
6 years old?
exactly. What if you find that out? What
And
if you find that out?
she was
Then what
promised
you
a
gonna
cat.
say?
She was
You
promised a
see?
cat or something. She was promised
It's
something.
all on that age. Just like
You see?
he's not the only one. You know what I mean? There's Chaos One, there's
And
Polite,
so
there's all of them defending this young dude or Africa Bambala. So you know, there's a lot of these characters that keeping these things to be accepted because they have a so-called name or platform. And when people stand up against them, they don't like that. You know, it's the same thing with Hassan Campbell and Fat Joe and the woman, what's her name? Alice Wills or
Layla
Layla
Wills.
Wills? Yeah.
Layla
So
Wills.
when just because you know what I mean, when you if it was somebody famous and have a lot of power and popularity, the tables would turn, you know. But the people that standing up don't have much fame and a voice, so they make it look like because these people are celebrities and yada yada yada, they hold these people up as icons, and it don't matter what they do. That's the thing. That's the problem. You know what I mean? That's the same thing with R. Kelly, regardless if he was set up or the people that was with it. You know what I mean?
He
If he did
married Aliyah when she was 15. Then they canceled the divorce, but he did marry her. That's a fact.
You see what I'm saying? So I mean, how was that even possible? Was it acceptable in the state? Like,
I
so I'm
think
just saying, you know,
they may have changed her age or something, you know.
yeah,
But
that's my whole point. Like, regardless of what a man do and how he contribute, is a line, is certain lines that you don't cross. You know what I mean? And the children is one of them. So
and
once they,
young Hero, the R&B singer Sparkle, they had a song together. Be careful. She said that she's the one who basically told on him because that's her niece. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Her niece. The first thing he got off, but it was said that the girl was 14, if I'm not mistaken. It's so funny because 14, 15, it seems to be the age, man. Polite, the situation, the girl's 14, Nikki was 15. Go ahead, to real.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna hop off. I gotta take care of my son. I gotta do a few things, but I just wanted to ask you a quick question before I hop off.
Of course.
And make a statement. I think it's funny how, and going back to Chief X, I think it's funny how he tries to separate, black people from Egypt. Um, when I think it's funny that white people, they have no problem with saying which cultures are similar. That's why they have the Greco-Roman. Those are two different cultures, but yet they're synonymous when you mention them. And I think it's funny how they don't say a Nubio-Kemetic culture, because they're pretty much the same. I mean, you got
But
Mustafa.
we said Nile Valley.
You say what?
We usually say Nile Valley culture, Nile Valley civilization.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's funny how he tries to do that. But my question to you, Shaka, and I'm gonna hop off, y'all. Um, is would you consider Israel part of Africa?
No.
Okay.
But I heard
Why?
some people argue that Canaan is part of Africa. Like Sabirbe said that Portugal and Spain is part of Africa. Wesley Mohammed said that I forgot if he was talking about Arabia, and if Arabia is Southeast Africa or something like that. I don't remember the quote exactly, but personally, no, because when we deal with geography, what I'm saying, Canaan, Israel is part of Asia. What I'm saying. Some people say Middle East, but it is part of Asia. What I'm saying. So I can understand people arguing that it's part of Africa. But then again, what I'm saying, if they want to do that, then what about Spain? What about Portugal? So Biobe said that Spain and Portugal were part of Africa, so feel free if you have any other questions.
Yeah, that was my question because because of its proximity, and where it lies on, The only thing that made it not part of Africa was the Suez Canal, if I'm not mistaken, right? That was when it broke off.
But the Suez Canal, I don't want to make a mistake, but I think it is man-made.
Yeah,
it's man-made.
Yes, I think it is man-made. But what's for sure is that when we look at depictions of Asiatics from ancient Egypt, they are definitely not the same type. They are white skin. They so even if somebody wants to say, okay, it is part of Africa, Canaan is part of Africa, the Canaanites were definitely or Asiatic at large, because the only depiction that I know of where we see the word Hyksos, I mean Heka Haset, that the Greeks call Hyksos, is the very famous painting from Beni Hassan, the tomb of Khnumhotep, which is 1900 BC. There we do have Hyksos. We even have the name of the person in the front, Ibn Shah, you see. But in general, we have people and they are labeled Amu, which means Asiatics. There's other terms for Asiatics, but Amu is probably the most used term. So very consistently, those people are not black skin, they are white skin. So doesn't make a big difference to me.
With that though, you're going based off of the drawing that the Egyptians made, right?
Exactly.
But
Okay.
let me
Yeah, because
ask
we
you a
don't
question.
know. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Ben?
No, T-Real, I want to ask you a question. What's the
Okay.
significance of you asking about, well, like, why does it why is the question formed as
Because the
Israel part
boy,
of
the man
Africa?
is he African
So I'm
Hebrew.
No, no,
Israelite.
no, 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 no. Yeah, but go ahead. Let me hear him. I'm just curious. Why do y'all? Because I know he's a Hebrew, but
Mm,
Israel is just one space.
yeah.
Particular is that representative of Hebrews in history? Just that one place?
Well, it's the most known, I guess.
Okay,
I wouldn't say that Hebrews and Israelites were just confined to that area, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to come in and usurp Egypt, right? If I'm not
right.
mistaken.
Yeah,
Yeah.
according to their story, right. And
But see, I'm not of the belief that the Hyksos are the Israelites. That I'm not. I know some people make that correlation, and I've heard arguments on both sides of that.
right.
I'm not of that
But
belief.
I know that I feel you. I agree with you on that. But my thoughts are just Egypt is in the north. That's
Mm.
north. That's north. That's across that Sinai and up. But what about across that Sinai and south? Like, were the Hebrews there?
Um, well, I mean, maybe so. I have no proof, so I'm not gonna. I know Shaka's real big on if you can't prove it, don't say it. So I'm not gonna come on his
No, no,
platform.
no. I'm not saying if you can't prove it, don't
No,
say it. But the
I
saying
just
it's not
find it
what you know.
interesting.
Yeah,
Right.
I would
Yeah,
say
it's
yeah
not
though,
what you know,
Ben.
it's what you can prove, right? But
Yeah, yeah.
I find that interesting because I rarely hear any Hebrews discuss that or mention it.
Discuss
Yeah.
what, brother?
Yeah.
Um,
Or
like I
they
told y'all,
they don't discuss it. Oh, go ahead.
I believe that a lot of what we have in our Bible comes out of Egypt. So I draw the correlation that including the story of Moses, whether you believe he was a real person or not, the story nonetheless says that he was, raised up as an Egyptian, you know. And his parents were living in the area of Egypt. That's why they were able to put him in according to the story, of course. I know y'all
So
don't
who
believe
do
in
you think the
details.
Israelites were? Because you said you don't believe that the Israelites were Canaanites. So who do
The
you think they were?
Canaanites,
Earlier you said that you don't believe that the Israelites were Canaanites. So who do you think
not
they
that the
were?
Hyksos.
Oh, you
He
said the
said
Hyksos. Oh, my bad,
Hyksos.
my bad.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I don't believe
okay.
that.
Yeah, he said the Hyksos.
You said, did you say that you don't believe that the Hyksos were Canaanites, or maybe I got it
Israel.
wrong. I got it wrong. But okay.
Yeah, I said that I don't believe that the Israelites are the Hyksos. I've heard people
Okay.
make that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So who do you think the Israelites were then, if they were not the Hyksos? Do you think they
well,
were Canaanites?
the Canaanites.
Do you think that the Israelites were Canaanites?
Well, yeah, in the later times, I mean, they went to inhabit the land of Canaan. According to the narrative, they didn't kill all the Canaanites as God told them to do. you know, and then
But do
they
you know?
absorb.
Do you know historically
Wait.
how
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 you
how
know
how,
in?
how old the mention of Israelites that you know of is?
So wait.
I seen a stele or some type of writing where it says Israel or something like that.
Okay, the Merlin Petah
For
still,
real.
like, it doesn't say Israel. It talks about the group of people because we have the determinative of the man and the woman plus the mark of the plural. So I'm aware that it's the Merlin Petah stele. Sometimes people call it the Israel stele. But if you have some Egyptologists, what I'm saying, if he talks about the place or people, if they are fair, they will tell you it's not. And besides, it spells phonetically, it spells ECDR, not Israel. So, with my knowledge of the Melanin, I can confidently say, and I've said that for years, contrary to what Zionlex says, because Zionlex is pseudo sometimes. He knows a little bit of Melanin,
So
but he said that Nyame is Yahweh, and Nyame is a god in the Twi language out of Ghana. So that was funny. That's acrobatic linguistics. But it's definitely not talking about a place. It's talking about some people. But besides that one, is there any other mention that?
Now I'm gonna be honest, not that I know of, but I will say this though. There's a place in Africa called Monroe, ancient Monroe. Some people say that's ancient Antioch. If you Google it, it should break that down. Um, and they were worshiping Egyptian Egyptian gods in Monroe, um, which were later inhabited by the Jews.
What time period would you say it was?
What was that?
What time period roughly would you say it was? Yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly,
Yeah,
but
I'm gonna be honest. I would say like early, I guess, first century, sometime
okay,
around then.
okay. But those Jews you're talking about, like, are they from Canaan?
Well, they were in the land of Moreau. I was kind of going back to B. Bennett, where he said, were they just in Israel? They weren't just in Israel; they were in Monroe as well.
Yes, but I mean
But,
before they went to that place in Africa,
yeah.
were they in Canaan?
Um, I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know.
Because
What would
obviously
you
we
say?
have to find out where they came from, because obviously they did not just appear there. And to me, it's unlikely that we have a group of people who left Canaan and travel all the way and cross the Sinai and cross, or maybe through Arabia and then cross Egypt or Sudan to find their way in that place. That place, Monroe, which country is it now today in Africa?
I'm not 100%. Um,
Mhm.
but I know it later became what they call Antioch.
But what is that place, India? Is that the name of a country?
I think it's the name of a city. I think Monroe is a city. I don't think it's a
Okay,
country. Or
can you spell that place for me, please?
Meroe.
Meroe. Oh, Mary, that's Sudan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Sudan. Okay. All right. Well, we need to find out what the facts are. But young hero, I think you wanted to speak. Feel free, brother.
What
No,
if you
I heard Too Real said something about the Hebrews going into Canaanite. You said they went into there and they didn't kill all the Canaan children like God told them to.
That's according to the Bible. That's
So
theology. It's not
what
history.
kind of sick? So they invaded somebody's land, and their God told them to kill all of them, all the children. I just these stories are just sick to me,
Hey,
bro. Like, oh,
let me ask you this: why do you have a problem with
what?
that?
But so Canaan wasn't their land because
Mhm.
they had to go into the land, right?
Yeah.
So what gave them the right to kill these people down to their children and took over the land, take over the land like God, like that's their God land. You see what
Because
I'm saying?
they gave themselves the right and they wrote that God sanctioned it. And a
That's
lot of
my
people don't
point. That's my
understand that
point. It's
people
sick, man,
did
when you
stuff
think about it.
and wrote
It's
after the
just like
facts.
it's just like how the white man conquered the world. Like, they
Manifest
had to
destiny.
murder, steal, and rape to do it.
Manifest destiny.
Yeah, so if you in reality, if you think about these stories, you wouldn't want to see that play out. It's gonna be gruesome, you know what I mean? Like to me, that's the devil God right there. Everybody
You're
God
saying
stands for
because of
something.
Because of him killing kids?
Not just kids, men and women.
Invading the whole people
why would you
land.
kill innocent people like that?
So the people that came out of came up the Levant, let's say Narmer, when he unified the land, did he have to go into somebody else's land to unify it?
Well, I'm not aware of that because and first I never heard of him coming from the Levant. You know, I
Well, they came
consider
from the
now.
south, right?
Well, some people argue that, you know, but you know, from Egypt
That's
or
why
the area
Saneda
known
be
as
calling
Nubia.
your God demonic, man.
Yeah, but
No,
Sanada is a
hold on,
bitch.
hold
but I don't think that he went to other people's territory. Some people argue that, you know, some invaders came in and then he basically conquered them and reunified, you know,
That's
Lower and Upper Egypt.
That's just like
Now,
saying that's just how the
let me
white
ask you this,
man classify slave and black people through the Bible with that whole Ham, Shem, and Japhet, and you were cursed, and you know, these are some people
I
that
don't
try.
believe that. I don't believe that black people are
I don't
Ham
neither,
and
but that's a narrative that's out there. It's in the
It
holy
was
book.
it was used during slavery and even in Islam as well. But feel free with your question to real.
Well, let me ask you this, Haru. Was Nat Turner evil?
Well, what he do? He killed children too?
Yeah.
That's facts?
Yeah.
Or that's hearsay?
No, it's a fact that they moved from plantation.
That's a whole different situation.
It seems to be accurate, but then again,
That's a man.
You have a man who's oppressed. Yeah,
against
he's
his will.
oppressed. His people
You know
are
how
oppressed.
many black people
They snatch people from Africa, brought them over there to work, torturing, killing. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying, you know how many black people he probably see dogs rip apart, his women being raped,
I'm gonna make
killed.
my point. I'm gonna make my point for bringing that up, but I'm asking you, would you consider him evil?
Under his circumstances,
not necessarily, but there's a huge difference between some people being oppressed and tortured, and their women being raped, their men, their brothers being killed, with other people who just invade the territory and then kill everybody because they claim God told them that.
Yeah,
it's not even the same situation.
According to the narrative, though, the Israelites were being oppressed, not only by the Egyptians. According to the narrative,
not Turner is historical. The Israelites in Egypt, that's theology. That's not historical.
How they invade somebody's land and they being oppressed.
See, and this is why Israelites
wasn't they what they was coming into Egypt? Wasn't the rebels and you know they were looking for work and food and all of that? Didn't the Egyptian people bless them while they was in Egypt before they kicked them out?
Well, you have the Joseph narrative, but that's all theology. That's not historical. But feel free to real.
I know. We're speaking on their book.
Yeah, well, they didn't come into Egypt according to the narrative to take
me,
it
they
over.
just going all over the place. Where their own land at?
Who?
The Israelites. Yeah.
I mean, we really don't know. You know, I'm gonna just keep it real. We really don't know. But we do know that if we start looking at the names of the towns and then and you kind of trace it, you can see that they were all around the continent of Africa. Maybe not too far south, but definitely lower than Egypt at one point, and then sometimes in Persia.
So the Africans then, the Africans.
What you say?
The Africans then.
Yeah, they're African. That's my opinion. You know, I know
that's much later. You know, people converted to the Jewish religion. If somebody is Jewish, that doesn't make him an Israelite. You see, and I've been saying for a long time. Can people show me Israelites in history? How far can that go back? During the time of Moses, whether it is 1500 BC or 1300 BC or even 1200 BC, I don't even think we have mention of Israelites. You know,
nah, I've never found it. You know, just to be
so
real.
Historically, they never existed.
Nah, but see, okay. Can you find a trace of
your feelings involved now?
No, hold on. Can you find any trace of your, let's say, your 6th generation grandfather?
No, that's different because we're talking about a group of people. You're talking about a nation, you know.
Yeah.
So,
but Shaka, this is a nation that was being oppressed. This is a nation that they didn't want to be a nation. So you're not gonna, y'all acting like you're gonna find
Yeah,
all
but
these.
it could be a variable, you know, something like that. Like
You
it
saying
could
they
be.
were, you're saying
Hitler
they were,
did the same thing to the Jews.
you're saying they were oppressed, but that's according to the theology. It's like the Moors. Those guys say they were black Moorish rulers who conquered Europe and ruled parts of Europe, if not all Europe, but they cannot even show one goddamn painting of one of those Moorish rulers. It's a hoax.
I showed you already.
Come again?
I showed you the last time we were on here.
What did you show me?
I showed you Umar.
Oh, please show me now. Please show me now.
Yeah, I can't. I'm on my phone.
I don't remember you showing me. I'm not denying that you did, but I just forgot.
I show you Hebrews, Israelites.
No, it's just talking about a Moor. You show me a painting of a black Moor, a black Moorish ruler.
Yeah.
Nah, I think he was the one rowing the boat.
Nah, hey, see, y'all need to chill with this.
Okay. Can you tell me the
Shaka,
name?
I think he mentioned somebody, and it was two different pictures that came up. One was
Yeah, he wasn't a black
That's
man.
what happened.
You know?
Oh,
He wasn't black. He was some Spanish
And see,
guy.
this is why I'm gonna crack y'all's head at. So show me that dude right there on that painting behind Shaka, which I do believe is a black man, but prove to me that that's a black man.
Well, brother, look, if there's no, it's not a matter of proving that this dude is a black man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you don't feel like he's black, more power to you. But so what do you want me to prove
see a
to you?
painting of a Moor, and I show you, I say, here's a painting of a Moor, and he's blacker than that dude on that picture.
Okay. Tell me the name of the Moor, please.
Then he's not a black man.
Tell me his name, please. Tell me his name.
Umar
Ibn Bakr.
What was
it
that?
was a depiction of a Moor, but not a depiction in its real time.
Is it Umar
That's
Ibn
what
Bakr?
Yeah, Bakar. Yeah.
Oh, I remember now. Yeah, like when you change the Wikipedia page, then all of a sudden magically he becomes of
Be
another
careful,
color.
Shaka, because I done went and did my research, man. I crack your head on here, man.
I'm ready for all the smoke, brother, all day, every day. So this is the English
It
page.
says possibly. It says possibly.
Yeah. This is a page. So here,
Yo, why think he got something?
it says possible depiction of Abu Bakr ibn Umar labeled Rex Bubekar in the 1413 Portland chart of Mexia Villa d'Este. And then I think it's when we go to the Spanish Wikipedia page. Let's go to Espanol. No, it wasn't the Espanol one. Okay,
Nah.
I hope you didn't go and change it, brother. So let's go to somebody changed it because you remember, brothers, when I changed the page, it was a different depiction.
Man, nah, don't say it ain't so.
Yeah, but brothers, you remember when I was changing the language?
I do.
Oh, there it is. Look, this. Hold on. Which language is that?
There it is.
Now
So
here,
why
this,
got two?
This is
That's why
Portuguese.
Wikipedia can
This
be
is Portuguese.
100% facts.
This is I say Espanol. This is Portuguese, and now it became white, you know. And it says depiction of Abu Bakr ibn Umar al Lamunti, and it says that he's from the Catalan Atlas. So here at least we have a reference. So you know, if you have any other, you know, like for example the black depiction, if you can tell us where it comes from, you know what I'm saying, we can take it further. You know,
Well,
I don't mind this discussion. Yeah, go
are you aware of the UNESCO where UNESCO talked about why we don't have a lot of African writing about Africans during that time period?
Well, no, please tell me about it.
And next time I come on here, man, I will pull this stuff up so you know I'm not just talking on my butt. I'll get on my computer.
Everybody says that, but then we never say anything.
You good. You good.
No, I legit, my phone's about to die. I'll go get on my computer right now.
Well, feel free.
But,
we can do this tonight.
Nah, but UNESCO talks about how those writings were dominated by the Arabs. So you're gonna get their history, man. They're not gonna sit there and tell you, oh, black people and this and that.
Well, brother, I love what you just said. I love what you just said. UNESCO says that the writings of the Moors were dominated by the Arabs. Were the Arabs
writings
black?
of Africa.
Well, that's not true. I mean, we have Kemet.
Yeah, but that's earlier. I'm talking about during the period of the Moors. and that time period.
So
The
let me get this straight, brother. To be
1000
real, let me get this straight. Now, the Moors, black Moorish people, ruled Europe for 700 years, but they couldn't write about themselves.
Why do you say that?
Well, because you said
Why would they?
you said
This
that
is
the
where
writings.
the
You said
problem.
the
But you
writings are
know who
dominant.
would?
No, but
You know
hold on.
who
This
would
is where
write
the
about
problem
them?
comes in at. This is where the problem comes in, right? Back then, in those time periods, it wasn't about black, you white. It was about what tribe you came from, where you came from. It wasn't about, I'm gonna write that I was a black man. They didn't have that concept like that. They knew it,
Says
but
who?
that wasn't in
But
the writing.
ain't about no color. They don't have no records of no Moors ruling.
Even they say Rome was a cultural melting pot, meaning that there was a lot of different ethnicities and cultures there. So you can't just sit here and say that the Romans were white, because there was plenty of different Mediterranean.
The Romans were
And
white, brother.
Huh?
The Romans were white, regardless of whoever they had as
most of the
slaves.
leaders.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
if you were to go and put yourself back in Rome, you wouldn't just see white people walking around. You would see Africans walking around.
Well, they had slaves. Like the Persians had slaves. Like
They
the
wasn't-
British had slaves and the French had slaves. Now check this out, brother. Check this out. Now, what about depictions? We have black people, black Moors, who controlled Europe or parts of Europe for 700 years, and never one day they thought, okay, you know what, you draw a painting of me. They never thought about that.
Well,
No
Shaka,
records, no birth
it's in
certificate,
the word. If you type in a Moor right now,
no
what's gonna
grave
pop up? A white man?
sites.
Hold on, yeah, hurry, please. Hold on. Go ahead, Tariq.
If you type in a Moor right now, what's gonna pop up on Google?
Okay, let's do this then. Let's do this.
Because I would love to see a bunch of white people pop up.
Okay.
Then you were happy right there.
More. Okay, well, I put more, and that's what I have. But I guess if I type in Moorish, because I know for some reason that's what I have here, you know.
I mean, the historians say
if I put
Moor is
Moorish,
synonymous with black. I mean, I don't know why we're trying to get away from that. There's still people in. I think B. Bennett, you're from somewhere over there in Europe, right? Aren't you somewhere over
Denmark,
Denmark, right? Don't they celebrate where they make fun of? Not make fun of, but
yes, they make fun of black people, yeah. Like Saint Nicholas in Belgium, and yeah.
No, I'm not from Denmark. I'm from the U.S. man. I'm from the U.S. But I live in Copenhagen.
No, but
yeah.
you live in Denmark.
So yeah, and I heard you say that last time, so that's how I know. But they celebrate black and dress up in blackface, right?
No, they make fun.
Now you talking about the Netherlands, man? You talking about the Netherlands?
The Netherlands and in Belgium as well.
They say that they're imitating.
Yeah, man.
Like this is
what
the brother's talking about. This is what the brother's talking
so what's
about
the point though?
Hold on. This is a Saint Nicholas thing.
Oh, the
blackface.
But they also call it a derogatory term.
Yes,
more.
That term is Zwarte Piet. You know, Zwarte Piet.
Come on, man! It's in the movie. Y'all never seen the movie Black Knight?
Black Knight.
Yeah, with Martin Lawrence.
Yeah,
that's a comedy movie, brother. That's a comedy movie, you know. But I've seen it. He's labeled, and that's a fiction, and he's labeled as the Moor.
But for me, yeah, I don't deny that any black people ever lived in Europe at all, man. I don't deny that at all.
We were
but
everywhere.
The thing about it is, yeah, exactly. But the thing about it is just when we start talking about in what capacity and who they were, we need to be very, we need to do our research, but also try to be fair. You know, when I look at a lot of the pictures that are proposed to be like Moorish leaders in Europe, and then when I look at a lot of the pictures that we call Moors in Christian Europe too, right? I mean, they look very, very similar. Many of them tend to be servants. Most of them tend to be servants. But we think just because they have on nice clothes that they're not servants, you know? And the servants had on if you were a servant inside of one of the royal houses, then you would have fancy clothes on. And you would have benefits that maybe other people may not have, because at that time everybody was what do they call? What's the term for that? For the citizen, the average citizen? Subjects. The average citizens were subjects without rights anyway. You see?
And here,
So
check this out here. So, sorry, Vivian. I want you to see that to real. This is CBS News. I've shared the link in the chat right there. Now, some people, what you're calling celebrating black folks. Here, you have some people who are fighting against the Black Pit, a holiday blackface tradition. Activists in the Netherlands are fighting against a symbol of racism. What you call celebration, they call it a symbol of racism, a central character in the Dutch Christmas custom that dons blackface. And who's fighting against this? Check this out, brother. You see that? We have their names. They're not anonymous. Quincy Gario left and Jerry Arifiye right in silent protest at the 2011 Sinterklaas parade in the city of Dordrecht. There are violent arrests during the festivities for wearing T-shirts that read "Black Pete is racist," the resistance to Black Pete to the mainstream. You know what I'm saying? So even as they were protested, they were violently arrested. So we have to be very careful of what we're telling the people, you know?
No, Shaka. I don't want it to be misinterpreted what I said. I never said that they were celebrating Moors. I said that they wear blackface to imitate,
to mock
what
them.
they believe were Moors. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
right. I know
But the thing is this, brother. What we have established, though, is that out of the 700-year rule of the Black Moors in Europe, there's only one name that you can give us. And on one Wikipedia page, he's black and he says possible depiction. On another page, it comes from an atlas and he's white. And that's strange for 700 years.
No, because if
you know why?
If you keep reading,
you know why?
If you keep reading that article, that Winky, it tells you who his cousin was and who his nephews were. And
we don't have any depictions. He had family members, but we don't see their depictions.
You know what I
noticed?
noticed?
No, we don't. What were you gonna say, brother?
Would you guys agree that a lot of the artifacts are at the Vatican?
Yeah.
Well, I don't believe that. I don't believe that because a lot of people.
I believe it. Dude,
well,
I worked in the movie industry for 10 years.
Yeah, but
I've seen things. It's a lot that down in the basement. There's a temperature controlled room that has all of our artifacts down there. They have all of our secrets. The Vatican is in control. Dude, that's not the church. That's a business.
Okay, well, I've been to I've been to the Vatican Museum. No, I didn't go to the archive.
Have you been to the basement?
No, I haven't. But
Nobody
the thing is
has.
this, but many people claim, okay, our secret, our history is in the Vatican, and how do they know? You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that the Vatican does not hold. Let me just say this, please. The Vatican does not hold, all the artifacts in the world. You have artifacts in many museums throughout the world. So yes, they will have a thing.
They have a lot of very important ones, though.
Yeah, but I don't see this conspiracy like all this stuff about the Black Moors. Let's put it in the Vatican so they don't know their history. That's
shocking.
Almost
all
I'm
saying Black Moors. I'm saying Black people. Period. I'm pretty sure they hide a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but right now we're talking about the Moors specifically. You know what I'm saying?
John Henry
So Ray, are you saying that in the Vatican Museum in the basement you saw some paintings of Black Moors?
I haven't seen them personally, but I mean, people have seen them.
That's hearsay. That's hearsay. She says so. That's severe Google scholarship right now.
Specifically saying
look at it this way.
Why specifically
John
Moors?
Henry Clark
Why would they not hide a lot more?
John Henry Clark, I would consider him reliable, just like I consider Dr. Shaka Diop. Hold on. Dr. Shaka Diop, I consider him reliable, but in his book, African Origin of Civilization, Myth or Reality, he shows that person, the king of Lagash, and he labels him as a Black person. I disagree with that, but feel free to real.
Nah, I envy you to read French, man, because I would love to read. I know a lot of Diop's work is in French. It's probably been translated, but I would love
most of it's in French. Yes, most of it's in French.
But I'm gonna say this: John Henry Clark in his debate with Mary Lefkowitz, right? And before I say that, would you say Herodotus was a white man?
Yes.
Well, in that debate, John Henry Clark said that he went into the basement and that he saw
Herodotus with a wide nose and nappy ass hair.
Are you sure about that?
Which basement?
I'm sure.
I would like to
Which
see that.
basement?
I've seen
Look
that
up,
debate with
look up
Mary
John Henry
Leskovich, but
Clark and Martin Burnell and Mary
no,
Leskovich.
I've seen it, but I would need the timestamp because it's like probably 3 hours long or
Nah,
2
it
hours
is
long.
long. But he says that he goes down in the basement, he's seen Herodotus, and he starts laughing when he says it. He's seen Herodotus with his wide nose.
He was probably being funny. You know why, brother? Because Herodotus is probably 300 BC. How are they going to have a painting of Herodotus? That doesn't
No,
exist.
it's a bust.
Yeah, even a bust that doesn't exist. There's no depiction of Herodotus to my knowledge.
That's what Ray's saying. It's in the basement.
Dude, all right, look at this. Look at this. The Da Vinci
You have to
Code.
show that to us.
Did you ever see the movie?
How they gonna show it to you, Chaka, if it's in the basement? They don't want
You're not
nobody
gonna
to
see
see
it.
it.
But
You've seen the
here's the thing.
Okay, hold
But
on.
this is the thing about it, though. Hey, check this out.
Hold on, please, Ray. Just one moment. Hold on, please, Ray. One moment, please. Now, to real.
Yes, sir.
I would like to see that because I have no
You are not
documentation
gonna see it,
of
Shaka.
Dr. John Henry Clark going to Italy. Right? You said that was in the Vatican, right?
Nah, I didn't say the Vatican, but it's in Europe. Yes.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Ray.
I was gonna say you've actually seen it how it looks. If you've seen the Da Vinci Code movie, you know when they were in the basement of the Vatican, they were looking through all the paper. Everything that they do in the movies is to scale. So when the scouts go out for territory,
Brother, are you into metaphysics, brother?
It's fact. But I mean, a lot
are
of
you
our
into
stuff,
metaphysics, brother? That's a fictional movie again.
First of all, movies. This is the reason why there's no creativity in movies, because when they put movies out, there's a lot of subliminal messages in there. They're telling you everything you need to know. You just don't pay attention. That's the problem. That's what people don't do.
Yeah,
They're
I did with history.
Program. Well, history and movies and all that stuff is hand in hand. Everything, because I mean, they control what
like
history.
Star Wars, for example.
So I've never watched Star Wars, but everything has
Spider-Man, Superman.
That's why they call it programming. Everything has a message.
Yeah,
it's a fact.
But that's not history, though. You know what I'm saying? I think
it kind of is history because it happens in time.
Hidden history.
Subliminal messages, man. It's all in there. And then I don't know if you're familiar with a lot of Masons or have talked to a lot of them, Masonic, But I mean, I know a lot. I know I've been, fortunate enough to, have conversations with quite a lot of people from different backgrounds. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you take everything, for face value, but you got to take what you get and then research it yourself. And not only just on Google, there's multiple search engines. They're not all the same. There's ways to define and to figure out, truths. You know what I mean?
So
but
Ray,
what I do know,
are you saying that Black Moors control Europe for 700 years?
I'm saying Moors were in control from 711 to 1492, and they fell in Spain. And it wasn't Spain until 1492. It was called Ande de Luz.
Back it up.
I understand when you say Moors. My question is, are you saying that Black Moorish rulers controlled Europe for 700 years?
Well, I know the Moors ruled. I know the Moors were of dark hue. Now,
so what are the records of those?
Yes, where are they?
What are the what?
The records. Where are the paintings, the depictions of the Moors? How do we know they are black?
Yeah, where are the dark hue ones?
A lot of
what did they rule?
That's my point. A lot of those facts that would prove that are being held captives. You know what I mean?
Says who?
Well, here's the thing. I don't have any. Yeah, but here's the thing. There's definitely, the what people call Moors, the Ottomans. They definitely used African people. They definitely had African slaves and African mercenaries, Africans in their armies, maybe even African generals. That's not an issue, right? But the thing about it, exactly, and that doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily mean they were rulers either. To be a soldier and a general, I'm just saying general. I'm just generalizing too when I say that, because there's other ranks, right? Obviously, but to be a soldier is not to be a ruler. You're not a ruler when you're a soldier. To even be a mercenary, you're not a ruler, right? And so there's some distinctions there. So I don't think any of us, myself, I'm not doubting that Europeans used Africans as mercenaries. even at some point maybe use them as in their armies and things like that, you know. But ruling, that's what I'm interested in.
Shaka knows a Moorish ruler by the name of Tariq, right?
Well, I've seen the video from Runoko Rashidi where he explained that Tariq was publicly humiliated and that, you know, he was treated as a second-class citizen, you see. So, and secondly, who said, well, okay, so that's for the record, you see. If he's a ruler, he's not going to be publicly humiliated and treated as a second-class citizen.
That is
not true. We do that today.
That's Runoko Rashidi. You know what I'm saying? And the lecture is online. You know, it's Runoko Rashidi talking about the Moor.
Just because you get humiliated does not make you void of a ruler at one point.
Hey,
just because you got humiliated.
Okay, now you're reaching, brother. You know.
Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, please. Hold that thought. Now, Ray, this is Golden Age of the Moor. This is page 32.
Okay.
Is this one of these black Moorish ruler rowing right now?
Say again.
This is Golden Age of the Moor.
Okay.
That's the article by Runoko Rashidi and Bronson. And here we have a black dude rowing. And if we look here, that guy has a particular headdress. He looks like he's one of the rulers. So is that one of these black Moorish ruler here?
I don't know if they're rulers or not. All I know is there were Moors, and there were Moors that were supposedly, you know, when the whole Columbus thing happened. I mean, they were the ones that were navigating the ships because we were doing the traveling of the seas back then.
Says who, brother? Says who?
Yeah, I just want to see the records.
I mean,
Shaka,
wait. I just want to hear the answer from Ray.
I've read it in different places, you know, over time. You know, I mean, I can't disclose everything here.
You know, I heard
I'm not trying to end up like Rashad Jamal. You know what I'm saying? But
I heard it as well. I heard it as well. I never seen it. They say that, you know, Christopher Columbus.
Not many people have seen it.
He had some Moors.
That's why it still works today, because not many people have seen it.
But what people don't understand is that Moors didn't necessarily mean black. It doesn't
mean black. I'm not saying that all Moors are black. What I'm saying is, we were the first people here. Would you agree with that? The people of our, of our hue. I mean, because you can go back beyond the Moors to the Anunnaki and all that stuff. I mean, but I'm saying
Anunnaki, that's gods. That's not human beings.
I know.
I know. The thing is,
so what I'm saying is, time existed before the Moors, but the Moors is where they pick up us at 7-11. We existed before 7-11.
But hold on. This shortcut, black.
But the Moors, what I'm saying is, the Moors is a group of people. Now, there were a lot of us were like us, but we had the Tagalongs as well. You know what I'm saying?
Tagalog from the Philippines.
No, not the language of Tagalog from now. Tagalongs, you know, like you have people that join your group because they have an agreement with you. You know, like you'll see black folks at a protest. You got the white people to come out and support. Like that, they're hanging out with them because they believe in their movement or whatever they do.
But
so therefore, that creates diversity within the group of Moors.
Right, this is a hoax, brother. This is fiction. This is a hoax.
I mean, you know, it is.
Well, if it wasn't a hoax, we would have seen the evidence. You know what I'm saying?
You mean converts?
If we would have seen that, if we would have seen the evidence, then we wouldn't be where we are today.
Have you seen the evidence?
Have I seen evidence of any of what I'm saying?
Yes.
I won't even disclose that, but I will put it this way. I'm not going to talk about things that I'm not.
I'm not asking you to tell us. I'm not asking you to tell us some secret stuff. But have you seen the evidence? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you know, whenever it's possible, then let us see it. But
I don't have it to show you. I don't have it to show you, but I'm.
Yeah, but nobody has it. Nobody has it.
No, exactly. That's why. That's why this is so much of a conversation. Because you can't prove it.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy.
You know who has it? You know who has the information?
Yeah, but you know
who has it?
Who's
in the basement? In the basement.
Who's in control right now?
In the basement.
But look, but we know Moors. We know people didn't just join. We know people didn't just join the Moors because, hey, the Moors are in town and these are great people. Let's join.
Exactly.
You know, it's kind of like roll over or, you know, join or get rolled over.
Let me ask you a question, Bennett. Zoom in on the picture where they're rolling the boat.
Okay,
Zoom in on the picture.
Isn't it on the screen?
And keep in mind too, I'm not no damn Moor, man, but right is right, man. Zoom in on the picture.
Too real talking.
I'm not no Moor, man. I'm gonna be honest.
He said right is right.
and
I zoom in.
For the record, the bottom says figure 4, Muslim expedition at sea. Note black Moor in center. Why did he say black Moor? Because even the white people were known as Moors as well. Exactly.
Now zoom in, Shaka.
And hold on, before I zoom into that one, I want to show another one there. Now I should have the no, because we have time. Hold on. I just want to do the rotation. Rotation. And there it is. Now here. Oh, there it is. Okay. What does it say at the bottom? Figure 3, detail of Muslim expedition in Spain. Note 2 black Moorish soldiers. So the other soldiers, why are they? Aren't they Moors?
Nope.
But here, let's go back to the one you wanted to see too, Rio.
Yeah.
That one here. So I'll have to do the rotation this way. All right, here's the zoom. Okay.
Okay.
So
now y'all tend to say that, okay, yeah, they had some black Moors. Maybe they were the soldiers or the servants, right? Who are those people behind that black dude rolling the boat as well? Are they not Moors?
There will be Moors. There will be basically Muslim Moors was kind of synonymous with Muslim at one point.
Okay, and they're doing the same job he's doing, right?
Right.
Yes, they are. But that guy here in front here is not doing that job. And the way he's dressed, you can tell that he has some authority over the others. So the black man is subservient to that white dude here.
My point is,
so what white dude?
Here, that one here.
So that one Moor is rowing that whole big ass ship. Is what you're telling me? From that position.
Hold on. Come again, Ray. I didn't hear what you said.
So this is the only problem I have with books. Books have editors. You know what I'm saying? So you get the finished product. So if I write a book and I want it to be published, I'm not self-publishing, and I'm putting it out in a publishing company, they're going to edit my book and they're going to change it. They're going to change the photographs. They're going to change whatever to their liking, and they're going to put it out.
But Brother Ray,
that's the only thing I'm saying.
Do you know which book this is?
I'm looking at a photo.
Yeah, but do you know which book it is from?
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier. I haven't read it. I haven't seen it.
Well, there we go. And the editor is Dr. Ivan Dr. Ivan Vincent, my PhD.
Okay.
So what you're saying, I'm saying, I don't know where you get that from, what and the second thing earlier you said, okay, were there before the Moors and blah, blah, blah. This shortcut, black people were the first on planet Earth, therefore we populated everywhere. It's not scientific at all. Because in this case, then you can, that's what people use when they say that the Arabs were black as well. The Arabs of the 7th century.
And plus this is not even at a time period where we were everywhere. It has nothing to do with it. It's different groups of people all getting along in some kind of way, for better or for worse, and all linking up for survival purposes, and some of them were black, some of them weren't, some of them were Asian, some of them were European, and so we can specify.
Okay.
Oh yeah, zoom in on that picture.
Yeah, there's a picture too. Yeah, feel free.
Yeah. So on the picture, the other people rolling the boat are Moors as well. If he's a black Moor and he's rolling that boat, then those are the conclude that those are.
Who said there was Moors in the first place? Who put that writing under the thing, Shaka?
No. Ivan Vincent is the editor. This article is by Bronson and Runoko Rashidi. So it's one of the two, either Bronson or Runoko Rashidi.
And
if I was to guess, I would say it was Runoko Rashidi, but it's one of the two.
But I wouldn't doubt that these are Moors. Well, what's the issue?
Okay, so that's my point is, every time we bring up a black Moor, it keeps being said that he was probably just a soldier or a servant. But
I don't agree with that at all.
Those people that are behind them, that are working on the galley, because that's what that is, man. That's people working on the galley.
The issue is that across the Christian world and the Muslim world, we see images of Moors, black Moors.
Yeah.
To be more specific, we see these images. The images that we see are the ones where they are either soldiers, like this, a common one, right? Or a servant in a bathhouse, or a servant holding somebody's horse for them, for the king. something like that.
But
We haven't seen the depictions of the rulers.
one question.
That's what we're asking for.
To me, what I am saying is these people that's labeling these people of Mars wasn't in the time of these depictions. Where these pictures come from. You see what I'm saying?
True.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying as far as
who are they to
editing.
name these people Mars?
Also, if we saw our people in that light,
narrative.
if we saw our people in that light as rulers and in control and powerful, wouldn't that change the mindset of people today?
Well, that's one of the reasons this book is written.
If people wasn't specifically calling themselves Mars, and there's not records of people calling themselves that, who are people to depiction them as Mars on certain pictures or depictions?
No, but let's be clear. Let's be clear. We're not discussing anything different than what we're saying about Egypt. Why would someone try to insist that Egypt was a Caucasian civilization?
That's my
Why would someone try to insist? And this is what we're saying. Fair is fair. Let's just see the images. Let's just research the history. If they were present, they're present. But saying that they are rulers or that they founded the societies, we need to be very specific and come with information about it. That we don't need to guess, because that's what people trying to do with us, you know?
I showed, you're not going to have an image of somebody from, I mean, you will, but you're not going to have a ton of images of all these people back then. We don't even have that many images.
But why after 700
I think it's almost like the book burning thing. You know how they were burning books for,
Do you have any evidence that they burned the depictions of the black Moorish rulers?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that
our
history
guessing.
has been.
You're guessing.
Well, this is I'm not guessing. I know our history's been hidden from us. I know that for sure.
Who said that? Tariq Nasheed with his hidden history stuff?
I didn't even know who Tariq was until they started clowning this fool. I don't watch people and all that shit. I deal with people that actually have you know what I'm saying?
You know
have
who could
real
keep
information.
like Kaba Kamene. He said our history is not hidden. It's there.
Where is it?
Where is it?
Well, feel free to ask him, but it's in museums mainly. But here, I want to show something to the people here. This is my interpretation here, because everybody have interpretation. So I put up this page from Golden Age of the Moor, page 32, and I wrote chapter 2a, The Moors in Antiquity by James E. Brunson and Runoko Rashidi, and Modern Interpretation by yours truly, Black Moorish ruler showing his subjects how to row. As some say nowadays, I show you how to do this, son. To make the scene as real as possible, the black Moorish ruler gave his clothing to one of his servants in order to make him feel powerful and to add more fun to the demonstration. How about that? Since we are making interpretations, how about that one? He was a black Moorish ruler who said, look, I'm going to show you how to do this. And he gave his headdress to that white dude, to make him feel powerful and to add fun to the scene.
How educated are y'all when it comes to the Moors? Because the Moors didn't just stop at Spain, right?
But
well, the thing about it is that we're using it again. No.
Did you hear us say that they stopped at Spain?
No, but we're sitting here trying to act like it ain't black people when they conquered what's now modern day Ghana at one point. They were in
Ghana.
And what about Sicily?
Muslims attacked Ghana. It's not Moors who conquered Ghana.
Shaka, if you go back, Shaka, this is what I'm saying.
Muslims were Moors as well.
You just looked at that picture, Shaka, and you didn't go into the history of it. If you go into the history, it tells you who his cousins are, and it tells you where they live.
Okay. Who his cousins are then?
Who, that dude? I don't know who the hell that dude is. I'm talking about Umar. That's just somebody working on a galley. And number one, too, when you got in trouble back in those days, guess what you had to do, Shaka?
Listen,
got sentenced to the galley.
The guy died when he was invading, going south into Africa. The guy got hit with darts and died from a poisoned dart.
Yeah.
The people he was going to see did not like him, didn't appreciate him and his kind coming. That's what he got when he got to Ghana. So,
that don't make him black. That don't make him not
What?
black just because somebody shot his ass with a poison arrow.
No, but here's the thing. No, that's not the point. The point is that we're using the word more to glass over so many different ethnic groups that have names and people. We're using it just like a magic wand wherever we want. There were Moors here.
No, but here's my thing, Bennett. I never said that. I never said that the Moors were exclusively black. I believe that they were Arab and a black mix. Okay, on those paintings that you're looking at, and any picture that you pull up of a Moor, man, it's a black man. I want you to show me
but here's the thing.
one
It's
picture
not
of a white Moor from let's say the 16, 17, 1800s. Show me one picture of a white Moor.
Brother, how do show you a picture of a white Moor? Okay, well, that's a good question. I'm gonna leave that up to Shaka because he's got the
Shaka
pictures.
crack my head right now.
But here's the thing.
It's in the book. It's in the book. That
I would challenge you.
That's a
I would
damn
challenge you to do something else. I would
All those
challenge
guys
you
are
to do.
white Moors.
Hold on, too real.
Yeah.
I would challenge you to do something else, though. I would challenge you to research how did the so-called Moors, if you want to call them that, how did they assimilate more people into their population? What was their technique and their tools? First of all, yeah, exactly. So of course,
but also,
when you're conquering, hold on, and now let's get even deeper. Let's get even deeper. How? What are the rules to conquering? You see, what age can you use somebody? Which age does someone, get thrown a sword in their hand? Things like this. I mean, let's create a real picture of what, You said
young.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because we're talking about this stuff in like magical terms. Like we don't see this every day.
Yeah.
We see child soldiers today, and we're not glorifying that, are we? So we need to like really understand what was going on. I mean, you're living in a day where you can roll over people, and white and black. Some white people got rolled over too. But
I know, but
white people got rolled over. Some black people got rolled over.
Y'all are thinking just because of this area that they couldn't have been black people, right? Like the Libyans.
No.
The Libyans, right?
Okay,
Libyans,
you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
Please hold that thought. Please, let's listen to Runoko Rashidi. I've put the link in the chat right there. It's a video entitled "More Means Black and Moorish is Not Nationality." Come again?
No, I was saying, B. Bennett, I do get what you're saying, man. But go ahead,
but please hold that thought. Let's listen to Runoko Rashidi.
Yeah.
Once the initial Moorish conquest had been achieved, you have a movement of so-called Arabs into Spain, led by Musa. And once again, Musa is the head. I'm going to pick it up. Musa is the head of the Arab armies that had ordered the conquest of Northwest Africa.
Musa was the head of the Arab armies that ordered the conquest, blah, blah, blah. Listen to what's going to happen to Tariq.
Now, although the Africans had achieved the greatest victories, they were given the least rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land.
Though Africans have achieved the biggest victories, they were given the least rewards. That's not rulers.
And they were treated, no doubt about it, in a second-class manner.
And the Africans were treated in a second-class manner. That kills all these black Moorish ruler stuff.
Tariq himself is reported to have been publicly rebuked and is struck by a whip.
Tariq, that great Tariq black Moorish ruler, we heard about whip. He was publicly rebuked, man. That's what I wanted people to hear.
By Musa.
By who? By Musa. And who was Musa? He was the leader. Feel free, brothers.
And we know Mansa Musa was black.
Got Google.
No.
Google.
No. That's not Mansa Musa. That's not Mansa Musa. Okay. Don't go there. That's not the same time period.
Let me ask you a question. Now, okay, we've been oppressed, right? We have been oppressed, right? You agree? We as a people have been oppressed, right, by a certain other people. Yeah. Now, do you have to oppress people that are less than you? If you're in a competition with somebody, you have to cheat somebody to win. Are you better than them, or you're less than them? You're less, right?
What are you saying, brother?
What I'm saying is, I think it's quite evident today the fact that they're still oppressing us the way they are, that we were of a certain stature before. That's why they always oppress us, because they know who we are. They know what we represent. And there's no way that we didn't rule at some point. That I do. That's a fact.
Hold on. There's no way we didn't rule at some point.
Now, if it's in the capacity of what we're saying.
We ruled in Kemet, you know what I'm saying? And maybe some other times, but certainly in Europe, black people didn't rule Jack during the 7th to the 14th century. That's a hoax. That's a fairy tale.
Okay. I mean, you gotta, believe what you want, or what you.
Oh, that's not belief. That's fact. That was Runoko Rashidi. That was Golden Age of the Moor. That was Dr. Avin Van Sertima. And that's.
But they did have some. There was a black presence though in Europe, and it doesn't necessarily mean that all the black presence. There were some. I mean, to my knowledge, I don't know if you could say black. People will debate it if they want, but there are some people with African descent, you could say, as we use the term today, that were maybe in aristocratic families or had some, titles, maybe had some. I mean, I'm not trying to completely eliminate any black presence from actually having decent life or roles in society either. I'm not trying to blanket, but ruling, again, that's like a very that's something I think we don't necessarily need to do to prove our value to any society or to prove our contributions to any of these societies, man, because we have been there. So
yeah, but what's the point of saying that, Shaka? What's the point of saying that Tariq got humiliated? I don't get that part, man.
Well, if you listen
that's what Runoko said.
If you listen to Moorish people, whether they are temple Moors or not, or even people who are not Moors, but who talk about the great achievement and conquest of the black Moorish rulers who conquered and ruled parts of Europe for 700 years, that alone shows that this is a hoax, because he gave the name of the person who was above him and who humiliated him publicly, and he was called Musa, and he was he said the head or the leader of the Arabs. So this is this stuff is a hoax.
Back. You should play it back.
I heard it. But my point being is, just because he's humiliated, that doesn't make him void of a ruler, man. That doesn't.
Well, he wasn't a ruler.
Okay. You mean Joe Biden is the president of the United States. Yeah. And I'm gonna go and whip him publicly, but he's still the president of the United States. He's not even
just play it back, because I don't think he got it all.
No, I played it. I heard it. But hold on, Bill Clinton was the president too, and he got humiliated.
No,
they all have been humiliated.
No. He was taken to trial, and throughout the trial, he was still the president of the United States. Nobody whipped him publicly,
and he had to step down.
No, he didn't have to step down. He finished his term, didn't he?
No, he did not.
You sure?
Yeah, he did.
Bill Clinton.
Well, that's in a democracy, man. We run the people. The civilians are behind all of that. The civilians say what's going to happen, and if they don't, then it wouldn't happen to them. But this is not civilian time.
Together, they'll drag that
this is a different time.
If this is a different time, they'll drag the king right off his throne, man. If enough people get together, all right, and they don't like what you're doing, but you're saying that Musa did it. Maybe he was over him, but that doesn't make Tariq void of a ruler. You can be a ruler under another ruler, especially back in these times. You have people that had smaller kingdoms. You had a pharaoh, and then you had other people that had their little area where their little town was that they ruled over, but they answered to the pharaoh. But they're still a ruler in their own right. Get what I'm saying? So just because you get
that sounds like excuses, but let me ask the people on the panel: did Bill Clinton step down following the Monica Lewinsky situation? So you see, you made that up too, brother. Too real. You made that up.
What'd you say?
Bill Clinton did not.
And he didn't get publicly lashed.
Yeah,
I mean that's even worse.
He did not step down following the Monica Lewinsky trial.
Okay, then I stand corrected then, but he was humiliated. That was what I was.
That's an interpretation. He was taken.
No, I stand corrected on that.
Wasn't he impeached?
He was taken to court. He had a trial, and then
wasn't he impeached though? If he was impeached, that's public humiliation. Just like they
Well,
did to Trump.
that's an interpretation, but
all that was propaganda.
Here
Propaganda.
in the U.S.,
It was all for
that's
show.
public humiliation.
Nixon,
all for show.
Nixon is the only president to have ever been impeached, and probably, oh, we lost the brother Ray. Probably Trump will go that route as well.
Yeah.
And Andrew Bennett says that no, he did not. But then again,
Shaka,
you know,
you're a history guy, man. You don't know about even kings being locked in their own castle.
Well, I know about some French king who was decapitated.
Yeah, well, who was the
But
king?
that was following the revolution. But you know what's funny, you know what's funny though, is that we're talking about a so-called 700-year rule of Black Moorish ruler.
Yeah.
And
you,
the only
you
person
should play back. You should play it back, man, because the thing about it is that he's the guy who said this, who's making this statement. He's the co-author of that book, also. And not only that, he was a big proponent of a lot of the things that brothers be discussing about Moors that don't really even be reading the works that these brothers have contributed.
Let me play it again then.
Once the initial Moorish conquest had been achieved, you have a movement of so-called Arabs into Spain, led by Musa. And once again, Musa is the head. I'm going to pick it up. Musa is the head of the Arab armies that had ordered the conquest of Northwest Africa. Now, although the Africans had achieved the greatest victories, they were given the least rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land, and they were treated, no doubt about it, in a second-class manner. Tariq himself is reported to have been publicly rebuked and was struck by a whip by Musa.
My goodness.
You said it right there.
Listen again carefully.
So wait. So you saying the Moors were Arabs?
He said they achieved the greatest achievements, but they got the least amount of reward.
So
which means that they were not rulers.
That don't mean
the rulers don't receive reward. You receive the reward from somebody that's above you. And Bruno Korashidi is just telling the truth, but you know, people want to reject the truth.
No, he is. I believe that's the truth. But I don't believe that he's saying what you're trying to say he's saying. He's not saying that.
Okay.
Shaka, how can you achieve a great victory?
Hold on. Okay. How can, if you have the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, you have a lot of black soldiers.
Yeah.
They get reward, stripes, medals, titles.
Yeah.
They are not the rulers.
Too real. Yeah. A lot of these brothers that call themselves Moors today, they actually quote this book. The problem is they only read the parts they want to. That's the problem. They cherry pick.
That in this book, he's saying that
achieved the greatest victories, they were given the least rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land, and they were treated, no doubt about it, in a second-class manner.
Look, if Ivan Van Sertima and Runoko Rashidi, if they didn't really come up with this book, it's not too many people that were black Americans that were writing about the Moors.
And hold on. There's one part that we have to hear as well.
You see, they were second-class citizens.
Check this out.
All right.
Listen again carefully to what was said by Bruno
Korashidi. They were given the worst allotments of land. Although the Africans had achieved the greatest victories, they were given the least rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land.
The worst. I don't know if he said allowance, but he mentioned lands. The worst, man. How are you going to be a ruler and you get the worst? You know, I mean, that says it all for real. And like V. Bennett says, if it wasn't for that book, we wouldn't have all these people talking all that more stuff, trying to validate it with the history, because he first came through the America among the black population of America by that Drew Ali dude, who was a magician who, was accused of, some sort of what is it called, statutory rape, and all sort of strange stuff. You know what I'm saying? Claiming to be able to eat nails and stuff like that. But yeah, people just roll with it. Why? Because he was dealing with some variation of Freemasonry and the Shriner stuff, which was big at the time. Ray is back.
Sorry guys, my phone died.
It's all good. Did you hear Runoko Rashidi saying that The Africans were treated as second-class citizens.
I heard somebody say that at one point.
Yeah, it's Runoko Rashidi who said it. I just played it. Did you hear it when I played it?
No, I didn't hear that. No.
Oh, well, let me play it for you.
I heard somebody verbally say that.
Yeah, sharing is caring. Sharing is caring. So I got to let you hear it.
Sharing is caring.
Oh, yeah, it's sharing is caring. So there it is there. Okay.
Once the initial Moorish conquest had been achieved, you have a movement of so-called Arabs into Spain, led by Musa. And once again, Musa is the head. I'm going to pick it up. Musa is the head of the Arab armies that had ordered the conquest of Northwest Africa. Now, although the Africans had achieved the greatest victories, they were given the least rewards. They were given the worst allotments of land, and they were treated, no doubt about it, in a second-class manner. Tariq himself is reported to have been publicly rebuked and was struck by a whip by Musa.
So the great Tariq, whose Gibraltar is named after, the mountain or mount of Tariq, he was whipped. He was, come here.
And like I said, Shaka, there was kings locked in their own castle, so that means nothing, man, at all.
Yeah, but the king is a ruler. Do we agree on that?
Yeah, king is a ruler.
And they clearly said they were treated like second-class citizens.
Ruler of what, though?
He was no longer a ruler, but was Tariq a ruler?
He was definitely a great general.
A general?
Hold on.
So hold on. Don't we have black generals in the U.S. Army?
Shaka, back in these days,
and they call
I promise I'm going to let you speak. Too real. Don't we have black generals in the U.S. Army?
Yes, sir.
Are they rulers of the United States of America?
No, sir.
Okay, feel free to speak.
Okay. Now, back in those days, right? When you were like a great general or like, under, like higher up, you were given your own area to rule over, right?
Factions.
If you don't believe me, I mean, you could just go look it up.
Says who?
Huh?
Says who?
Saladin, when he took over Israel.
That's a white dude, right?
He had to take over multiple kingdoms, not just Israel, to get to Israel, right? Mm-hmm. And his sister was killed. He went and he was about to take over a kingdom of a man who was not the king of Israel. Okay. Yeah, I forgot his name,
but you're saying that when somebody was a general, he was given some territories to rule over, right?
That makes you a ruler.
So no, he was given whatever he was given by someone who was higher than him. That's a reward. Okay, well then it is. So that doesn't make the person a ruler.
The president of the United States, he's a ruler, right?
Yes.
How come he can't just do whatever he wants?
Because it's a democracy. Back in the days, we were not dealing with democracy. The caliphate was not a democracy.
The president doesn't run the U.S.
Well, he does run the U.S. He's the
face.
He does.
He's the face.
No, the president doesn't run anything. He's a puppet.
My point is
but hold on to real. You see, that's the problem.
That's another conversation.
The conscious community, I'm saying, they will tell you about secret things in the Vatican. They will tell you that there's no point in voting. There's no power. They will say that the U.S. is a corporation, and then they will say that the president of the United States don't have the power. But at the same time, they're going to say, well, Barack Obama didn't do anything for us. I mean, come on, man. It's one thing on the other. It cannot be all, but feel free.
No, but Shaka, you can't get around that, man. You're still a ruler. If I'm the king and I say, hey Shaka, I'm gonna give you one of my castles. You rule over this. This is your spot. You're ruling. You're making up rules. Yeah, you have to answer to somebody, but I'm not saying you're the chief ruler, but you are a ruler nonetheless, man.
Somebody
and we need to get around
the general. That's like a general overseeing his soldiers.
Too much evidence of the Moors being associated with black. I'm not saying that there wasn't Arabs too, but there was black people too, man. We can't name over those 700 years.
There was black people too who were second-class citizens, like Dr. Runoko Rashidi said. Now you see here, this is calling power. You see, he wasn't the ruler of the United States of America. And there's another one that was very famous. That's that lady right there. Both black. They were not
Condoleezza
rulers.
Rice.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So as much as we accuse white people of doing cultural appropriation, we should not do the same thing. We should not become what we don't like.
No,
The
no,
more
not at all.
the more stuff that people have been saying is just a hoax. And sometimes
David
I'm
is
thinking sometimes I'm thinking that people will see me as somebody who don't want to acknowledge the so-called accomplishment of black people. But luckily for us, this Moorish stuff didn't happen in America, because otherwise people would try to, put a heat on me or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But I understand that it was a huge movement, and it still is with pseudos like Subiabe. The Moorish Science Temple of America have many temples in different parts of America. But I'm sorry to tell them, you know what I'm saying, most of the thing they teach is just hoax. You know what I'm saying? And they're not going to say that Runoko Rashidi was pseudo. You know what I'm saying? So
It was
that's really
Ivan Van Sertima pseudo.
No. Did I say that?
You believe a lot of what he said?
I believe in some of what he said, from what I heard him say, and
Because
like,
I read a quote where he said that black people gave all the culture to the people of Mexico.
I doubt
it
that.
have black Mexicans.
Personally,
So-
I doubt that, because I get my piece about the Olmec head. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I think
was black people.
I think it's like the Hawaiian type of people, like a Samoan type of people. You know what I'm saying?
Now I heard some people say that the Olmecs are Chinese too. But I'm gonna say this, man. I'm out. I
they black.
love having these discussions with y'all, man, because I get smarter every time, even when I'm not right. You know what I'm saying? A lot of shit I said on here probably ain't right, and I'm gonna go back and hear what y'all said and research it
And bust my head.
see the truth. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are a lot older than me, so I take that wisdom. You know what I mean? And I don't
I
mind
appreciate that.
trying to give my 2 cents too. But
I appreciate that.
Shaka, man, you need to stop this, man.
I need to stop what, brother? I need to stop what?
Nah, you need to go
Wait.
Bro,
I
I'm
need
about
to
to
stop.
go hard body on you, man. Stop.
Yeah, but feel free by all means, all day, every day. But I need to stop what, brother?
You need to stop saying that the Moors didn't have no black rulers. 700 years, Shaka. Can you name
where they at though?
Where are they? Can you just show me?
700 years. 700 years. Can you name 3 rulers of
So
Spain?
you're saying not one? There's no black rulers. No. Really?
You saying none at
I
all?
think both of the positions are correct in a way. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way that we didn't rule anything. I mean, come on.
Shaka,
We
700 years.
ruled in Kemet, we ruled in Nubia, we ruled in Mansa Musa ruled his own kingdom.
Where
You
their
know what I'm
old
saying?
back heads? Where do Mau's heads? Where their statues? Where they what did they, so they leave nothing behind to show their great existence? Maybe they wasn't that great.
Young Heru, they were shy. They didn't like
Are
paintings.
we also saying that the Arabs taught the Europeans how to bathe? Is that what we're saying now?
What about that?
Muslims did.
Who?
Muslims did. Not
Muslim
black
is a
people.
religion. It's not a race, man.
But the majority of the Muslims who conquered
They
many
say it
parts
was
of the
black
world,
people.
they were
They say
white
it were
people.
black people.
You know what I'm saying? We have to come to
Y'all
terms with
out
that.
of there. Y'all out
They
of
say
there.
it were
For
black
real?
people.
Okay.
What that have to do with Mars?
Okay.
Black people was all over the globe.
To real. Are you saying that the Arabs of the 7th century were black people?
The Arabs of what?
Of the 7th century.
The Arabs, no. Arabs is the Arab. So no. Muslims?
Okay, so when Islam spread,
yeah,
from the 7th century, to the 14th century, and you notice those 700 years, that coincides, with the spread of Islam, right?
Yeah.
So those people who conquered so many places, they went to Iraq, they went to Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Are you saying that there were black people who conquered all these places?
There was black people assimilated into them. Yes.
Where did they come from?
People, I mean, you go and conquer. If you go conquer Egypt, right? What they do? Kill all the black people?
Well, at that time in the 7th century, there wasn't many black people in Egypt.
Really?
Yes.
Not many left. No, man.
Because
the end of the empire.
Because 1,000 years before, roughly more or less 1,000 years before, 600 BC, the Assyrians conquered Egypt. They took control of Thebes. 200 years later, 400 BC, the Greeks took control of Greek with Alexander the Great's general Ptolemy. That's the dynasty that Cleopatra come from. Around 50 BC or so, the Romans had control of Egypt, with Mark Antony, Caesar and all that. You know what I'm saying? And after that, yeah.
So after that, there was no more black people?
Well, then we have the Roman period. We have, the 1st century, right? And 700 years later, we have the Muslims. So we have 1,000 years that passed. There weren't that many people, black people in Egypt at that time.
What? Stop it, Shaka.
Well, can you show them to me then?
Can you have to show me that there wasn't?
Can you show me?
No, you don't prove that something doesn't exist. You prove that something
hold
exists.
on,
The burden of proof
still,
on the claimant.
There's still Indians in America.
That it exists.
You mean Native Americans?
Yeah, I mean, there are some blacks in Egypt still, but they are an extreme minority, man.
Get me
and
right.
relegated to certain regions.
Now, for sure.
I didn't say there wasn't any at all. I'm saying there weren't that many.
No, what's not that many?
Oh, okay. Well, I don't agree, but you're the authority when it comes to.
No, I'm not the authority. I'm not the specialists, the experts, the PhDs are the specialists.
When did
the
white man come to America?
1492.
And so that's like 600, give or take, years ago.
Yeah.
We still have Indians here.
Native Americans.
Native Americans.
Yeah. There's a lot of say that they weren't us.
And
the Indians,
but they got conquered.
Weren't us.
But they still here.
They got conquered. Yes.
Nope.
There's still some black people in Egypt, indeed, but this is not as many as it was before it was conquered by the Assyrians and then the Greeks.
So where did they all go?
Hey, I wasn't there to tell you, but they surely
They
fled.
ran. I mean, no, look,
fled.
you can. They have stories about all this stuff, man. It's not unknown. It's not unknown. In Egypt, many were taken into slavery. Many of the children, women taken into slavery, men slaughtered and killed. I mean, they write about this stuff, man. It's not like they, and then many fled. All of that, and this is all of North Africa has a history of a lot of people, being caught up in conflict. And generally speaking, when you're caught up in conflict, you got options. You can stay and die if you're considered to be a threat, right? The children may not be considered to be a threat, right? They might be assimilated into the armies. The women usually have no rights at all. You can imagine what's happening to them. They end up reproducing, and then others flee south. They flee away from the invasion. They flee the other direction and go in the other direction. And then when those groups encounter the other groups, it puts great pressure on them too, because now they have another group that they have to allot space for to exist, sharing lands, sharing resources with, that creates conflict also, so I mean,
my thing is, Bennett, were they coming in there looking for black people?
What do you mean looking for black people? There's
like when they went into Egypt, when the Arabs went into Egypt, did they come in there and like all black people get out?
No, I'm not gonna say that, but they just conquered. But once again, when the Arabs came to Egypt, that's 1,000 years after Egypt was invaded.
The local people, the Egyptians, the ethnic Egyptians are a threat to the invasion because they're different, not just by color, maybe by many distinctive reasons. So what are you going to do? You're going to let a man stand there that's got a uniform on from the opposing army, or are you going to kill him?
Yeah, I feel you.
You know, what I mean.
Well, like I said, man, it's great. It's great talking to y'all, Shaka.
Before you go, you know about Australia, right?
Where?
And Australia.
Yeah.
And over just 100 years, we've seen what happened. We had the indigenous people, and then now it's ruled mainly by white people, what I'm saying, of European descent, British descent, and so on. What I'm saying? So can you imagine over 1,000 years what can happen? But go ahead, feel free to make your question on as well too.
Well, I mean, it's been 600 years and we still got some Native Americans running around here. So
yeah, and
Just because you
Yeah,
conquer
but there's
someone
nowhere in
doesn't-
America where they're the
Yeah,
ruling
but
class.
they
I mean, they're
almost
all
close
considered
to
like third
extinct,
class.
and look at what status they hold.
Yeah, they can own. They're the
They
only people that can. The predominant people that own the casinos. Yeah, they hold a
No,
lot.
well, predominant. I don't know. I
That's
think
North America.
Las
That's North
Vegas.
America.
I think Las
That's
Vegas
the
is
United
and
States.
the
Well, they're the
whites
only
they
ones that
gave
gifted
that to them.
casinos.
but
That's
they are
And they have their own
reward.
land.
they are in reservations. It's known that
No,
many
that's
of them
not
are,
true.
are alcohol. It's not true.
Nah, it's not.
Okay, so are you saying that the Native Americans are rulers of the United States of America?
They're not rulers, but they hold high status.
High
Some of them.
status.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, please, man.
So
Static.
okay.
hold on. Do
So
they
did you
have a
notice you
That's
have to
hold on,
reparations, like what the
wait.
black people looking.
Do the Native Americans have a superior status than other Americans?
No. In some cases they do. In some cases.
Why?
In
Because
what
they get
respect?
benefits.
Hold on. Yes, they do. Because if a Native American gets caught outside of his reservation and gets in trouble, guess where he goes? Yeah.
All right, but would you trade places with him? Would you trade places with that Native American?
I wish that black people in America.
I hold on. I want to follow that. So
Okay.
let's say some Native Americans gets out of his reservation. He rapes 2 women and put 2 in the dome of 3 guys. Two guys. He kills 2 guys, rape 2 women, and then he goes back to his reservation. Do you mean to tell me that the FBI cannot enter his reservation to send him to trial? Is that what you're trying to say?
Nah, not that case.
Oh,
But
He
in a
wouldn't make
lot
it
of
back to the
cases,
reservation.
nah, he won't. He'll go.
Oh, they
he'll
got
go
them
straight
in the
to-
feds, man. They got natives
Yeah,
in the
he'll go
feds,
straight to
man.
the
Come
feds.
on.
But here's the thing, Shaka. There's been cases where that has happened on a lower scale. I'm not saying that you can go out and murder somebody, but there's been cases where there's Native Americans that were caught outside the reservation doing something, and they were given back over to the government of that reservation. So that does give them some status. Secondly, you have to be of a certain, and I don't know if this is still true today, but at one point it definitely was. You have to be of a certain percentage of Native American blood to own a casino in Vegas. That's
Look,
black
you're
people.
talking about concessions being made after one of the most extreme forms of genocide, like almost complete annihilation. And you're saying the mere survivors, the concessions that were made were like great concessions. Nah, man, these people are like, they're not happy, bro.
What did we
They're
do?
not happy. Have
What
you
did we
been
do?
to a reservation?
Yeah, but I was about to ask you the same
I
thing.
have.
What
The
aboriginals
ones here in California
get?
make a ton of money.
Huh?
What does
The casinos here in
aboriginals
California
get
that
to
ended in
real?
No. But I mean, all those reservations don't have casinos on them, man. You know,
No.
that's like the, you know.
No.
I mean,
No, they don't. But
yeah, I think most of them would say they're not that happy about the situation and the
they're not happy
circumstances. You know?
being told what to do in their own country. I don't think nobody would.
At
But
least
they
they get
still,
something.
just because of that, man, we don't have crap here in America. We don't have shit for us.
Yeah, but
so at
so
least
do
they
you-
have something.
Do
You know
you
what I'm saying?
believe? Do
They're
you
definitely
believe in these
Hold
people?
on. They got
calling
reparations
themselves
at least. I mean, we haven't gotten any.
aboriginals?
No, hold on. They definitely hold a higher status than black people. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
they do.
That's a
Yeah.
fact.
Yeah,
They've
because
been awarded.
we don't
America
own
give
shit.
them money.
No, they got
So
the
they get
money
that
because of
tax-free?
they
Give
were
them
the ones
land.
with the land. We didn't get shit because we didn't have no land.
Yep.
That's how that goes. But they still hold a higher status than us. But like I said, it's nice talking to y'all, man. My phone's on 1%, so I gotta go. But
Peace,
All
buddy.
right,
y'all
bro.
want to ask
All
me
right, so
anything, I'll
be
do.
good.
All right, I
Good,
appreciate
bro.
you guys, man. Hey, Shaka, next
You
time I
too.
come on here, I'm gonna be on my computer, bro.
You're gonna bust my head.
Nah, I want when I come back.
You always say that.
I want you. Nah, I ain't just saying it, man. I don't blow smoke. I want you, Young Heru, and Bennett to be on this mud. All right, and Ray.
We always
And
there.
Ray.
We go. We watching. We waiting.
Yeah, me and Ray gonna tag team y'all, man, with the theology or whatever you called it. You know,
Yeah, just have some
Alright.
records of these
the guy
Mars
got Google.
rulers for me, please.
I'm gonna come back with the rulers. All right, all right.
To real, Scam Cheddar making live stream and talking about us, man. Just for the record, man. Yeah, he gave a shout out to V Bennett, to Young Hero. He talked about me. That's how deep we are, man.
He didn't chop me out.
Well, hey, well, tell him we not talking about none of his family members.
To real. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. To real. Just cuss him out. He will shout you out. He's gonna say, "I see you to real. You're a traitor with the Frenchie."
Man, hey, people need to stop talking bad about the French, all right? Because especially if you live in Harlem, because during World War I, when we went over there, we were treated equally. All right, in the American Army, you weren't given nothing. You couldn't even eat with the white people. Over there in France, they took care of the black man. So people need to put some respect on France.
I'm not representing France, man. I'm not down
Yeah,
with
but I'm just saying,
I represent my people. I'm just saying, no, because they're going to use that and say, oh, now he's down with France, but he's not down with
all they
us.
have to do is look up the Harlem Hellfighters. That's all they have to do.
Oh, but France also practices a slave trade. You know what I'm saying? Just like
Now, but I feel you though, too real. It is important for people to really take a look at the facts, and just examine them for what they are, the good, the bad, and the ugly, not just what they want it to be, And the reality of it is that a lot of Black Americans during the Civil Rights era and before the turn of the century went to Europe, and they came back and talked about how they were treated openly, and they said they were treated better in Europe than they were in their own country. In America, it's facts.
And they were, And if
So-
they try to say, "Oh, well, France participated in the slave trade," the Dahomey participated too, and they made a damn movie, and black people were loving the Dahomey, and they were trading black people. So,
well, people in America were not really loving that movie. The Woman King. A lot of people say,
a lot of black people I know thought they were the coolest people in the world. All right.
Well,
I mean, the main thing about looking at history is just that so you don't make the same mistakes. And from what I see at HOK, they haven't learned from history. So, it seems like they're making the same mistakes that they blame others made on them. So
they've learned from Malachi York, and they're reproducing the teachings, the practices.
Well, I'm gonna say this, Shaka, your panel and your channel is gonna get bigger, because of the conversations that you have. These are the type of conversations that drew people to the HOK, despite all the other bullshit that people be doing and molesting kids and all that. This is the type of knowledge that brought people to that channel. So it's gonna bring you people too, as long as you keep having these types of conversations, especially like the younger people like myself. So salute to you.
How old are you, brother?
Huh?
How old are you? I mean, roughly, how old are you?
I'm 32, but I've been watching since I was, 18, 19, been watching, reading into this type of stuff. And a lot of people I know, younger people and stuff, because I produce here in my city. So a lot of people here, they're into this type of stuff too, especially the younger cats. So just keep, keep pushing the history and keeping your channel open where people can come in and challenge you, and it's all gonna work out, man. So peace to y'all, bro.
Peace, brother. Thank you.
Yo, peace, the real peace, bro.
Good for everybody.
All right. Yes.
Yeah, I
sir.
agree with that. Totally, man. It's about the conversations and keeping it open, allowing people to come in and it's good to be able to chop it up and also have some fun, to joke around too. And I don't understand about what they don't get at HOK. It's very simple. Hey, we're stronger when we're together. If we don't like what the so-called European or the white man did to us, let's not do the same thing to each other then. Things like that. And we can have basics. We can have basic norms. Like we could all just say, hey man, pedophilia and rape of our women, that can't be tolerated. We don't need people discussing history that can't fix, that they can't be on par with basic things like that. And we shouldn't be made to feel ashamed because we reject behavior like that. I mean, you're still on the bus. It's okay to be in the back of the bus and let people that don't have some horrendous records drive the bus. That's all we saying, and we damn sure don't need to be like just outing out everybody's personal lives just for the sake of who's going to be able to be in the debate tomorrow. So I'm going to throw your whole criminal record out there. I'm going to throw out, you know, just all these dastardly things that's going on over there. I mean,
snakes.
yeah, you know, and it's
money.
like, you know, if you, I mean, you don't need to be calling somebody, you don't need to be telling somebody's mother that she can do this to you if she wants. We don't need to be calling women the B word. We don't need to be doing all of those things. You know,
you talking about 60-year-old grandpa. So, you know what I'm saying? If he's still acting that way, that just to show you the kind of character they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the
let me just hold on. Let me just show to the people, because some people don't know. So let me just show them.
And I told you I would never apologize to you. You see, I'm a man of my word, right? You see, I'm a man of my word, right? No, but you thought because you're gonna make 100 fucking videos that you're gonna wear me out and I'm gonna come to you on my knees. Please, chill, don't make a fucking video. Fuck you, nigga. Make 100 more, bitch. Make 100 more, nigga. That's showing you I don't give a fuck about you, your mother, anybody, or your daddy.
Hey,
fuck
man, you break it down,
bad,
bro.
Fuck your whole family, nigga. Your daughter, your son, everybody. Yes, I said it, you bitch ass nigga. Hey, your mother's a bitch, nigga. Get off my chat, nigga. Get the fuck up.
Sister Angela Brunet, feel free.
Don't say no more.
That's crazy.
I was just saying.
That had me catching the case right there. I can't even deal with that.
Yeah, it got so much, man. But yeah, I was just saying. Damn, I'm losing my thought now.
Wow. Yeah. So
yeah, I was just saying. Go. All right, let me just finish real quick. Yeah, I was just saying, like, the thing about these guys and their platform, and every time you look at these people, my issue with them, because I don't like to go against people, and you know, whatever they want to believe and all of this thing is up to them, you know. But the only thing I don't like is everybody agenda is to separate from each other, you know, and I just don't get the point in that. So whatever you believe in, whatever religion you believe in, regardless of what, when we together is gonna make us stronger, you know what I mean? Like on a global scale, you know. So all you trying to separate yourself from this one and separate yourself, they're gonna say they separate themselves from the Africans, then they're gonna separate themselves from people from the Caribbean and say the Caribbean people is not them, they actually Africans. And you know, it's just like, bro, they come up with all kind of narratives in order to separate themselves from other black people. And it doesn't have no significance, no substance in reality. So that are like, I don't mind people claiming stuff, but that's what all these platforms are. And Sanetta is like the #1 person on that now. Every time you turn around, he has Hebrews, he has Israelites, he has Muslims, he has Aboriginals. He's bringing everybody, and all that is to cause more confusion and division, because all these people coming up, they, even if they want to claim whatever they want to claim, they want to bash other people while they do it. They want to downgrade other people while they do it. And all that's going to do is cause confusion and separate diversion, you know? So that's what I see with these people. There's no love. There's no real agenda to bring no cultivation on black people together in any kind of level. Anyway, go ahead, Angela.
No, I was gonna back up a little bit to what when Ray was talking about the movies and stuff, you know, that you could learn the stuff in the movies. Look, so I was gonna say I'm not a movie fan, but I am not gonna watch a scary movie to get the inside. I don't like being scared. I'm not gonna sit there. I don't care if it's make believe. I don't care. I don't want to be spooked. I don't want to jump. I don't want to scream. I don't want to do none of that. So I mean, some movies we don't need to watch just because it may have some kind of subliminal message in there. I don't give a flip. There's some movies I hate being.
Films, but I mean, there's
but
I'm talking about
they claim
the
the
Da Vinci Code, those movies that you watch.
Yeah.
It's got all these facts in it and all this stuff.
Yeah.
All this information.
Some of them do have some.
The reason
some of them do.
Yeah.
I'm not. Go Go
This is my
ahead.
point. There's investors that invest in the movies, and most of these investors are affiliated in some secret society. Okay, now that money comes in order for them to put a message out. So, because if you notice, if you watch a movie later, this happened in real life later. That's the whole reason they do that. So put it out there so you see it happen in fiction, and then when it happens in real life, it doesn't impact you the same as it's hard. Just like when they had that oil spill in Ohio. There's a movie that came out like a year ago with the same exact facts. Now they're breathing that mess and dying now. That's what I'm saying. Right. That's happened. That's been happening. And I was in the movie industry back in the 90s. You know what I mean? And I'm in the music industry now. So I've been around the entertainment business for like 30 years.
Yeah, especially.
I'm telling you, it's not.
A lot of the war movies too is based on reality. Because
that's why you always see these remakes. That's why there's no new creativity. Like, why don't they get a new subject to talk about? No, they do remakes. Why? Because they want to instill that same programming into the next group of people. You know what I mean? That's what it is. That's why they call it programming.
But we hear it all the time about history repeating itself. So that's nothing new, right? It's nothing new. I mean, just because they put it in a movie, just because they put it in a, it recirculates itself in another movie. I mean, we understand that history repeats itself, and we're going to see some of this stuff over and over again, right? Because there's more people coming up, more people coming up, and the same old.
It could be history, or it could be propaganda. Just
there's a lot of propaganda.
Because I wouldn't say it was prophetic. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it was prophetic.
The whole Elijah Muhammad and the UFO and all of that. That was movies probably before they made it into their fairy tale. So I don't know.
So there's an ET somewhere out there.
I mean,
I'm not a movie buff.
Yeah, he's got some stuff in it too.
I'm not. It doesn't. Yeah, I just, like I said, I'm just, when it comes to certain type of movies, I am not interested. I haven't seen people be shocked to hear this. I haven't even seen The Color Purple. So I don't like stuff that keeps putting us in a negative light. I don't like shows that do that.
That's part of the purpose as well.
I don't like all that, so I don't watch it.
Hold on, sorry, Sister Andrea. Brother Ray, you said there's something in the ET movie?
I mean, there's stuff in there too. I mean, that's
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I know you ain't talking about the finger.
And just came out and they rolled out all the gangster rap or whatever. What happened from that point? Gang violence went up, murders went up. Everybody wanted to be a thug. Everybody wanted to go to jail. Everybody wanted to
the ET movie. Like, what is there in the ET movie like that? That's factual.
I can't even remember.
There's stuff in there. I mean, you gotta watch it. I mean, it's hard to explain because I'm privy to a lot of stuff that regular people or common people don't really know about. So when I see things, I see different. Like when I'm watching the music awards, they have the overshot of the stage and it's in the shape of a 666. I mean, I see all that stuff. You know what I mean?
I saw a clip. I saw a quick clip on the whatever they call it, red carpet or runway or whatever, bro. I was like, what the hell is going on? All that is messages to symbols and these people. If you see how these people, like, it's not even costumes anymore. It's like, you know what I mean? Things that you can't even sit down in or so they making a statement and all of it is just foul. These people ass out and all kind of ridiculous, man. Like, I just don't get it.
And I want to say too, Ray, when it comes to music and all that stuff, look, we grew up I grew up there. You didn't have all this publicity, you didn't have all this YouTube, all this stuff. You didn't have all this technology that's available today, right? So it may seem as if this stuff may have produced or made these people, all this stuff was already going on. We just didn't hear about it like that. So now we hear more, we see more because technology has allowed us to see more than what we saw back then. If you heard anything about anything, it was through the grapevine. You didn't get it like right up in your face. Now, some of the music may have said some of the stuff that was going on, like I heard it through the grapevine and all those kind of songs back in the day. Or you heard somebody, cheating on, if you knew somebody was cheating on somebody said it in a song and you might have heard it, but nowadays you could see everything and you can hear everything. And so I think that's a different, we can't just say, you know, that happened back then, you know, all this, and then now look how bad it is. It was probably always bad. We just didn't see it.
Well, this is the thing about it. Like the 70s and stuff, the music was pretty much straightforward. I mean, it had some, you know, it was, that's why you had the love songs. And the 90s, that's when they had that meeting. I'm sure you've heard the guy from what's the name of that group? Lazy Bone on both sides. When he's talking about the meeting they had back in the 90s when they shelved all the conscious rappers, which they did do, and then they put out all the gangster rap, which is NWA and all that stuff, all that negativity, because the industry was tied in with the privatized prisons, and that's where the money was going.
Social engineering.
They were making money off the privatized prisons.
Yeah.
And then we had the era of all that. And then if you notice, like in 2003, all that subsided. There's less gang violence and stuff, and now they're pushing the gay agenda, and now everybody's wearing purses and pink and all that. So now, if you get signed to a major label, you got to put that's the narrative you got to do. You got to do it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
360 deal, which means they get a part of everything you do, and it's not like it was before. 360 deal now they get all of your stuff tied to your name.
Right.
Yeah,
right,
but
hold on. Right, let me ask you now. Okay. Now, J Electronica, have you heard of him?
Yeah.
He's a member of Nation of Islam. Then why is he doing their rapping? You know, with Jay-Z and all these people. If this is conspiracy, you know, to basically promote this behavior that's going to send him to jail. Then is the Nation of Islam part of the conspiracy as well?
Who's he signed to? Is he signed to a major label?
They bought their bag. They bought their bag, Shaka.
If you sign to a major label, you're a part of it. Period.
But okay, so
if you're an independent artist, look at it this way: if you're an independent artist, right, and you're out there and you own your masters, you own your publishing, they're coming for you if you're making a lot of money. They want you to either join the naughty, you know what I'm talking about, the naughty, or stay independent. You will come up missing. That's how it works.
But the thing is, though, from my perspective, our parents, when we were growing up, our parents thought we were doing things wrong, you know, and then their parents thought they were doing things wrong. That happens, and it's history repeating itself over and over again. So there's okay.
Kids are exposed.
I'm just saying.
Much earlier than we
hold on. Let us speak.
This is true. This is true. Our kids are learning things because technology is allowing them to do that. We didn't have that. We didn't have all that accessible to us at that time.
I understand what Andrina is saying.
And then also there's more people on the planet than it was back then. So it may appear as if it's more people doing it, but it still might be just 10% of the population.
I understand where you come in, but from one point, he has a point, because when things is like programmed to get certain results, after time it's gonna show, you know. So in saying that on a wider scale, there's more black people, especially at a younger age, doing more wrong. Like their parents, they don't have parents to put them in line like you had or I had.
Exactly.
So not just the music, like you said, even the internet is part of the influence. So so nothing is not through the grapevine. All the negativity is right in your face as well. So
and that's that was my point. That was my point, is saying that all this stuff is accessible now, and so we see more of it. Doesn't mean that it wasn't happening.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that it's trickled more now, because it's more people gravitate to everything, to all the trends that's negative, and it's all in their face. So the crime, the prisons, everything is on a higher scale than it would have probably was 30 years ago.
Because there's more, but to me, it's because there's more people here. Okay, so if you took 10% of the population back then, and you compare it to,
I can't crunch numbers. I wouldn't.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, we didn't have as many people back then as we have today. But if you take 10% of the population back then, and you take 10% of the population now, it's going to be more in that 10% bracket than it was 20 or 30 years ago. So it appears as if there's more people doing that, and it is more people, but it's still 10% of the people. The population has increased, and so it's not that things are worse. It's just there's more people in that 10%. That's
and you're
how
seeing
I look at it.
And like you said, they're allowed, like you said, it's being broadcasted. It's being broadcasted, and it's like I find that to be and I don't think it's just music. And I don't think it's like I mean, I don't take it too far. I just think it's the same thing, the same problem. It's even with the gun violence, you know. People get access to information, like they said, this boy, he's Mexican or Spanish or whatever. He goes out and shoots a bunch of people. He getting his information from white supremacists, but he got access to all these guns. And how do you feel safe walking on the street when you know one person like that can affect so many people's lives just by lunching out? Yet the voting, how it changes and how you restrict these things is through the laws, through voting. And it's the same thing with music. Who needs to hear all this crap over the music waves? Who literally needs to hear it? Who would say that this stuff is healthy for your mind? Who would literally say that? I mean, it have to be a point where people just say, whoa, this is way too much for it to actually be good, you know? And it seems like the US has an issue with restricting some of these things. I mean, it leans on freedoms, of course, in the US, and a lot of people go there for freedoms and move there for freedoms. But there's a point where it's like we use freedom, maybe not in the best ways.
I'm not gonna speak for Andrea, but
Andrea. It's
Andrea.
Andrea.
Sorry, Andrea.
That's
But,
there you go.
My no, because my mother used to tell me, like, you know, she, even if I'm like you say, maybe it's internet, but when she was growing up, like where she from right now in the Caribbean has a lot of crime, you know, but when she was growing up, it wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, she, even if it would have crime, the numbers and the time it happened is 10 times more often than it would happen, and it's younger children these days. So I just feel like, and where she from is more influenced by the Western world more than it was back in the days. You see what I'm saying? So whether it's technology, whether it's the way of life, the TV programs, the clothing, the music, certain things, when she was growing up, it was rare to see it, you know, but after the 90s and so, you know, everything is open and whatever. Everybody is back and forth, everybody moving, and everybody, all the cultures mixing and whatever. But I hear what you're saying as far as internet, but as far as I'm concerned, to me, it seems like black people had more standards before the crack, especially the crack era. You know what I mean? So they were more together, and it was more struggle for survival. So people was more you know, about work. You know, the way my mother used to, the stories she tell me, even as a woman, the kind of work she had to do, especially from a young age, and her parents had like 14 children, and you know, so when the mother was sick, she was the oldest child, and she had to, even her sisters and brothers would tell you, she had to be like a mother figure to them. So she used to tell us, you know, like a lot of us, we don't know what hard work is, you know what I'm saying? So
but go ahead.
Yeah, so I just saying, like, I understand, but to me, as time passed, we as a people, we got worse. The more comfortable we got, the more freedom, the more integrated with other races we got, the more influence we picked up from Europeans. It shows today to the point that we are races against each other. Go ahead.
No, so what I was going to say is, okay, so before that was the crack epidemic, okay, then before that it was alcohol. It was something else in somebody else's generation, right? The same behaviors were taking place back then. We just didn't hear about it as often, depending on where you lived and how things were said. We just didn't hear about it.
Yeah.
We hear about everything now. I don't care if it's somebody who's got a booger up their nose, or it doesn't matter what it is. You hear
So
about
let me ask you one
everything.
question.
Sure.
When you hear about crime when you was a younger age, would you say it was older people or younger people in your time coming up as far as crime go?
So when you know, it's kind of hard to say, because like I said, every time when we would turn the news on,
Yeah.
we were always plastered. Black folks were always plastered on the news. It didn't matter what it was. It didn't matter how, major or minor the crime was. We were always plastered on the news. So it would appear as though it was a lot of Black people committing crimes, when in essence, it could have been the same Black face they showed 100 times. But if you're not paying attention, you wouldn't know that, because it was always the news was always made to put us in a bad light. So it was kind of hard. It wasn't as easy to tell if those many crimes were going on, because again, if we are the quote unquote minority in the country, it just seemed outlandish to think that we were committing all these crimes and no one else was doing it, right? So the same thing is still happening today. There is no way. I mean, we're committing the majority of the crimes. We are just presented that way because the news is still doing the same thing it did back then. Agreed. By making it seem as we are the ones who are perpetrating. Oh, I'm gonna tell you this. So I happened to read this news article that was talking about women who were Black women, Hispanic women, white women, whoever, who were going to hospitals, right? For any reason whatsoever. But tests were always done on Black women to see if they had any kind of STD compared to any other race of woman that was going into the hospital, for whatever the reason. So it made it seem like we were more promiscuous only because they were doing more testing on us than they were doing everybody else, or that we had more STDs than everybody because they were testing us more and not doing. So I don't believe the hype when it comes to us, because I know that the numbers are skewed to make us look like we are just the scum of the earth. And, so they've been doing that for a long time. This is not brand new. And so now we see it, when they commit a crime, it's a mental illness with them. But when we do that same crime, we're just a bunch of thugs and criminals that have a rap sheet that's 20 feet long. True. When they have the same kind of stuff that's happening to them, we just don't, they just leave it to that. It's just that individual. Not that white people could be like that. But with us, we are all thugs and criminals until we prove to them that we're not. So that's where I would say, when I was growing up, it just, there are things that, the style of dress that you wore and all that kind of stuff, people thought you were just, we were just a bunch of the same slut whore kind of thing that they still say today. It hadn't changed. They're thoughts now. That's the only, I don't, when I heard that, I was like, what is a thought? I thought you thought it was a thought that you had in your head, but then I learned what it was. I'm like, okay, different name, same thing. It's just names change. It's the same thing. And so women were, everybody was dressing half naked back then, and they're dressing half naked now. We just see it more. We don't, it wasn't available like that.
Fact.
You're right.
Well,
you're right. But I agree with
society was always doomed.
We have a picture of Angela Merkel, the former chancellor of Germany. I don't know if she left her post now, but if she hasn't left yet, she's on the way out. She was naked because in Germany back then, a lot of people were, I don't know if you call it naturalist or nudist, but she used to be, you know what I'm saying? But hey,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I mean, if I show it,
no, you don't need to. No, don't.
Yeah. Anybody, Angela Merkel naked, you will see it. It's just like, yeah.
But it's okay if they do that, right? They have names for that. It's the nudist colony.
Yeah, exactly.
But we would do it. It's freaknik and all that other kind of words that get associated with what we do. And so I don't pay attention to their words. I throw it right back in their face because I'm like, you're not gonna keep projecting on us your behavior. And I'm not saying that we don't have stuff to correct. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I don't like it when they want to put the mega spotlight on us and put the little micro one on everybody else. We're always under the spotlight. We're always there's hadn't been a time when we haven't been under the spotlight. Yeah.
And they want them to look at us a certain way,
Yeah.
And that's the whole reason why they do that. I mean, the same corporation owns CNN,
I understand.
MSNBC, and CBS, and all of
I understand everything Andrina said, but I still have an issue with us as a people because, like she said, it's probably right, and I was young too, so maybe I didn't used to observe it as much,
Mm-hmm.
But I think
we weren't paying attention stuff when we was growing up. We weren't paying attention to things that were happening because we was young trying to have our fun.
I know it has to do with the weapons too, because when the weapons enhance, it's easier to kill people.
Right.
So it's not none one single gun and pow pow. You know what I'm saying? You could stand a mile away and blood, and you know that's how a lot of people get shot 20 times within less than 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying?
But there were
So
guns back then. They just weren't shot as much. But why are they shot now? Because it's, you know, the kids are exposed to all these, you know, they've seen all these movies. And I mean, it's portrayed as not a big deal. Before we would
yeah,
fight, you know, we didn't have a problem knuckling up. Now they won't. They're scared to fight. That's true. They are afraid to fight. They'd rather shoot because they're
yeah,
afraid.
yeah, and they have
And
the
a lot of people join
weapons. The
gangs because they're
weapons
afraid.
too. The
It's all about
weapons
fear, you know?
make them feel bad and strong. You know, because they
Yeah.
know it's not easy.
And that's just
So
weakness. That's all
yeah,
it is.
yeah. So the numbers is even higher now because people even get hit by stray bullets. You know, I mean, they could be
Yeah.
in their house and get hit by a bullet, and so numbers are high because of the weapons. It makes it twice as easy to kill. So it's more
You know,
cowards walking around more than
if
ever. You know.
if you look in the news media,
So
if you just look at the Western news media, and you look at how it covers the world, I mean, you have wars in different places, you have poverty in different places, you have, rich people in different places, right? But the one thing you will definitely see so much more of is black people in gangs and guns and drugs, just on the TV, in the music, you're just going to hear that. That's going to be more than anything else. And it's just, I think it takes a toll on how we see ourselves, how our kids see ourselves, and our kids see our future too. Because when your kids watch this stuff, they automatically associate it by, okay, this is my culture. I come from them. This is my people. So this is what I could expect to encounter. This is what life has for me. They associate that no matter what else. That's how they associate it. And you have to therefore do all the work to get them to understand that that's not real, that you can be you can actually be an astronaut if you focus on your schoolwork, things like that. We have to work so much more to break that identity. And you can see that outside of the US when you watch Western media. It is literally mainly African Americans and Black British that are portrayed this way in the media. All the other countries, Black people are not really portrayed this way. And I just think it's like, I don't know if it's like capitalism. We find more reasons to say, okay, I will do it, because there would be a limit. There used to be a limit where a person would say, you know what, I could get paid to do this, but I won't do it because I see where it's going. I see what they want me to do. So I won't do that for the money. I'll say no.
Bennett coming from. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I was going to say, so like when I was growing up, and like when we saw commercials when it came to Africa, all we saw were commercials where they were starving. So they had the commercials that said, "Feed the children, feed the children." So we were always given this
The
view
flies
as African, the flies, the orange hair, the malnutrition, all of that.
Folks with that,
and so that's what. Well, I didn't see the jungle so much.
Light. They didn't want to
exactly. So
the motherland in a positive light. But it also, you know what, this whole conversation goes full circle right back to what Shaka said. Where's the proof of us being rulers of anything in the past, right? This is why I said what I said. This is why they don't want us to see that image.
No,
imagine
hold on, please. I want to just make a correction in terms of nuance. I'm asking about Black Moorish rulers, who conquered parts of Europe. We ruled in Kemet. We ruled in Nubia. Black people ruled in Kemet. Black people ruled in Nubia. Axiom also, the kingdom of Axiom, Ethiopia. Black people ruled
in Africa.
In Africa. Now, the kingdom or the empire of Kemet had dominion over other territories, some parts of Canaan, around Gaza and stuff like that, and many other parts that we don't really have a name for that is used today. But I'm not saying that Black people never ruled. But, if you want to claim that there were Black Moorish rulers who conquered and controlled parts of Europe, I beg to, I've been asking, where are they? You know what I'm saying?
And that's my point. Like, we can't see it. And that's what I was saying as far as what you said.
Well, they did a good job of
there's no way
hiding
for us to prove it
Yeah, but that's speculation, brother. That's speculation.
Visually.
No, but otherwise, I can't say, well, black people rule China, black people rule Russia, but they don't want us to see it, so they've hidden it in the basement of the Vatican. That's too easy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you know what? You know what? This
You know what I think for me when I was growing up too, I was a military brat. So we were raised around all different kinds of people. So I didn't have that mindset that, so when I saw that commercial, that it affected me that way, that maybe it affected, because we were raised around all kinds of people, right? So, you know, when we were told that Asians were smart, you know, that's what you hear out there, right? I went to school with some dumb ones. So I knew that wasn't true, right? And the same thing with white people and so forth and so on. We were able to be around them and know that the things that we were told about them wasn't true about them because we were around them. So that's why, so for me, I mean, I think I've been, my older sister said I'm worse than her. She thought she was like a radical black person, but I think I am, because I've been like that since I was a kid. I didn't like the way, you know, certain people thought they could just mistreat us because we were of a certain color or whatever. And even back then, I remember speaking out, and you know,
I seeing them commercials. I just used to flip it. I didn't even want to see that nonsense.
Yeah, you know, we didn't have control of the TV, but we were the remote controller, so we had to turn it to whatever daddy said he wanted to watch.
I understand everything everybody says about them portraying black people in negative.
But it's even the shows today, though. You had Empire, you had the haves and the have-nots. You had all those shows that were.
The only problem I have is the black bodies.
Mm-hmm.
For me, like when I was going school or whatever the case may be, you used to hear people die once every now and then. You know what I'm saying? But as far as now, since 2000, like just the 10 years I went back to the Virgin Islands, the number of people that got killed, like it's not even a game. You know what I'm saying? Like it had a young man in his 20s working with his nephew, 14 years old, picking up the trash, but he was in the wrong neighborhood. You know, they came and they killed both of them, two young boys working on the backhoe right there. I mean, people think like, and these places is small, so it's like, you know, it's only a few stores, it's the same mall, the same dances, so you're gonna run into each other sooner or later. You see what I'm saying? So the number of young men, even though some I went to school with, you know what I mean, that die, and they've been dying like that, you know, since I was young. But I'm just saying, to me, the number, when it comes to the number of like murders, when it comes to young black men, it's higher than it probably have ever been, especially based on ignorance. It's not even back then, you know, people get into an argument over a woman, or they this or they drunk. You know, some people just kill people just because of where they from or what color they. It's just ridiculous to me, man. Every time you turn around, another black man dead. And that's not portraying black people in any way. That's actual bodies that mothers have to, you know, bury.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the issue I have with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I don't think it's so much about the rulers either. You know, just like show us in a real light, because we do a lot of amazing things everywhere we are. And I think that's where the issue becomes, is we don't always have to be the ruler for a lesson to be learned, you know. And I think when they fill up the room with like this idea that if you're black, you have to have a diamond ring in your ear. If you're black, you have to have the most expensive car. If you're black, you have to have the old clothes that the old white Italian dude made with gray hair who's about to die. That's the most expensive clothes to wear. You know, all of these things are like setups. And if we just remove those things and just put the regular people there, people that go to work, people that teach, people that have, you know, actually plan their lives out a little bit better, you know, have families, have some sense of safety in their community, you know, that will trickle up or trickle down, whichever way, you know. And I just think at some point, you know, we have to demand that we stop supporting these images and stop allowing other people to to support and fund these images of us, because it's like taking a toll. Once we see ourselves in a certain way and other people agree that, yeah, that's who you are, it only makes it much worse.
Well, you know,
all
somebody
of
tried
that
to.
is causing the violence between us. All that imagery thing, all that, what you have to be considered successful, and you know, some people not willing to work for it. They rather just kill and take it. You know.
Yeah.
Because I'm
go ahead, sister.
Because I'm at the point now I don't even want to watch TV. I'm on YouTube. I don't want to. I don't even run into the commercials anymore. I mean that's where I'm at. I don't want to see anything that just keeps making, just filling your mind up with a bunch of crap.
Negativity.
Yeah,
You know
I
who
don't.
tried to, who tried to put out positive programming for TV, right? And they showed us exactly where their position is with it. There's Bill Cosby when he tried to buy NBC. Next thing you know, where's he at?
Yeah.
That's why he got gaffled up the way he did.
Okay, hold on, Ray. You're saying that Bill Cosby tried to buy NBC. Now that deal didn't work out, right?
It didn't. They
okay, and after that he was accused, right?
Yep.
So why wasn't he accused when he was trying to buy the channel?
He was. That's when it all happened. When he decided he wanted to buy NBC, and then he was like one of the front runners. He had enough money at the time. And then they already knew that he was going to change the program to like the Cosby Show.
So the accusations of him drugging women.
To me,
that wasn't going to happen.
To me, it's like, Professor Griff type of stuff, and it's another Asiatic black man.
Griff is not lying.
Griff to me is a great liar. No, I mean, haven't you heard? Haven't you heard? Okay, well, okay.
Not about that stuff. The industry stuff. No, he's telling the truth.
Okay, well, okay. Let's play it for the record. Let's play it for the record.
This guy, man.
I'm just saying, man. I got my hand in a lot of fires. My iron. Got my iron in a lot of fires. You know what I mean? That's fact. Griffin's not lying. Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, you remember when Ennis Cosby, when his son got killed, right?
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, I remember.
There's a reason. That didn't happen. That happened on Mulholland Drive. Nobody goes up Mulholland Drive to kill kids changing tires.
Okay. Let's listen to Professor Griff. That's what made him famous. This accusation.
I'm surprised he's still alive, to be honest. I really am. He spilled a lot of tea.
Brothers were operating in.
He spilled a lot of tea.
Pay the price. You got to bond yourself to these people forever. Let's look at some of the other people that have bonded themselves to this demonic energy. Michael Jordan, who did he lose? His dad. Bill Cosby, who did he lose?
His son.
I can go on and on. When Kanye West wanted to be up in that space so bad, he signed the oath,
took mama,
and signed on, became a Mason and took the oath, wrote Lucifer, Son of the Morning for Jay-Z, and that was his initiation. And sure enough, he lost his mom.
Yep.
Jennifer Hudson wanted to be in that space. Yep, her family got taken out on some ritual killings. Are you following me? We need to understand that you're not going to operate up into the $50-100 million club and you not pay the ultimate price now. Not the ultimate price, but make a blood sacrifice. Jay-Z was well aware of all of this. So they paid him off. How did they pay him off? They gave him Rockaware. They gave him Rockefeller Records, Rock Nation, Jay-Z Inc. What's the bell? Scion made a deal with him. Then the New Jersey Nets, he owns part of that. J Hotels, 4040 Club. I can go on and on, bro. And this is happening right before our eyes, man. So they niggerized music. As soon as Jay-Z got made, he was made president of Def Jam. Guess who he signed? 2 known drug dealers. Young Jeezy and Rick Ross. Who's going to perpetuate and carry on the madness and the negative demonic frequency. Are you following me?
Yes, sir.
We need to understand.
So you're saying that Griff is telling the truth?
That is true. Just like I'm a producer.
Okay. Let's just please make my commentary. Let me just my commentary. Yeah, there's no proof. That's the main thing.
A lot of proof.
That's speculation.
That's conspiracy, bro.
That's fairy tales and conspiracy. That's
why you think he's still alive? If there were any proof to that,
that's slander. That's gossiping, but because it's Asiatic black man, he gets a pass. Now, Storm wrote that Bill Cosby's allegation go way go back way before he even attempted to purchase the station. Now, all those people sacrifice their family members to get in the music business, to get in the entertainment industry. Jay-Z knew about it, so he paid them off. How did he pay them off? They gave him Rockaware. They gave him all these companies. I mean, that's so foolish and ridiculous. I mean, come on now. Who in his right mind is going to believe that foolishness?
Really? Wow. That's why it works.
How do you know?
That's exactly why it works.
How do you know that's how it works? How do you know?
Because I'm in the industry, man.
And you heard about, okay, you need to sacrifice your family member to make it?
That's part of it, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna be involved with the secret societies, I mean, it's just how it is.
Okay, so
that's just what it is. I mean, it's not like I'm here to ban it or say anything crazy. If they get myself in trouble, but I'm just saying that
okay,
it's not a lie.
Okay, so J Electronica is signed to Rock Nation, and is a Nation of Islam member. So is he part of this demonic frequency as well?
Okay, let's look at it this way. Okay, you know that music is frequencies, right? Every tone, every pitch you hear are frequencies.
Yeah, I heard they changed the frequency years ago.
Now, 808, now certain frequencies. Now, I'm a producer. I make beats, right? There's a certain frequency I can use to trigger people to feel a certain way, and I'm also a mastering engineer. I know how to master music, so I know the different frequencies when I hear the pitch. And there's certain pitches that affect the body in different ways. We're based on frequencies and vibrations, right? Now, if the 808 is EQ'd at a certain frequency, it's going to affect people in a negative light, low vibration. And that's why a lot of the stuff you hear, especially today, is everything, all the beats kind of sound the same because it's in the same frequency. Doesn't matter about the pattern.
Okay. So you're saying that some music can make people behave badly, right? Is there any frequency that can make black people, people become rich or become smarter?
In a way, but I wouldn't say that's through music, but it's all vibrational. That's more through affirmations.
Okay, so with the music, it can only make people behave badly, right?
Not everyone. Certain people are, subject to it. Like, so you have 10 people in the room. It's almost like having a weak-minded person and a strong-minded person. The weak people are more susceptible for it to be effective on. If you have a strong-minded person, it won't affect them as much.
Is that scientific? Is that scientific?
I heard
that it is scientific.
That theory before.
Okay. Now, do you have any source for that?
Any source?
Yeah, because it's scientific, so you must have some.
Well, I'm a mastering engineer.
No, I mean, you're not you're an engineer. You're doing music, but is there any scientist?
Would you say?
It's what you just said.
It's always been that way. But
would
now
you say the drums frequency is different from the piano?
Yeah, I'm a drummer. I've been playing drums since I was 3. My dad's a drummer. My brother's a drummer.
So, and would you say the drums is more African identity?
Yeah, it derives from Africa.
Yeah.
Drums are used.
No, because I heard that theory a long time ago that they changed the music frequency all over the world as far.
Yeah, but that's not scientific. That's not scientific. Basically, this mainly these statements, these pseudo statements, it comes from Abrahamic believers, because for them the only thing that matters and that should be followed is their religion. If it's not their religion, then it's the world. So indeed, some people get a kick out of claiming that anybody that's successful is into some secret society and Illuminati and all these things. Well, and I think it's so responsible to. How do you know?
Most of them are. I mean,
how do you know?
That's the
narrative. The world, man.
Just because Griff said so. And the funny thing, I'm going to let you speak, Ray, but the funny thing is that before Professor Griff made this accusation, people were not even talking that stuff. People were talking about the skulls and bones and stuff like that. But not talking about you have to sacrifice somebody. So now anybody that's famous that's going to lose a family member, they're going to say, "Oh, you see, that was a sacrifice." But go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
Well, Skull and Bones is another secret society. There's different ones. It's like 12 or 13. It actually. Okay, look at it this way. The Boule. You believe in the Boule? You know about the Boule?
I heard about it, but do they sacrifice their family members to get rich?
It's on the same level, man. It's like a fraternity. Boule are all the elites that are like academics, right? And they have all the money, and they got their money that way. Like, they won't even allow people in the Boule that are like entertainers. They don't even think they're worthy because they're all about academia. You know what I mean? Then you have, the naughty, you got those, and you got You got the Masonic people. You got
but
all these different ones. All these
Ray,
people run the U.S., dude, just like the BlackRock company.
Okay, Ray. Let me ask you, like, are you of the opinion that somebody who's a Freemason is a bad person?
No, I had 2 Freemasons in my family.
All right, so then what's the problem with secret society existed for hundreds of years, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just people get together to have a common interest. So I don't know why we be tripping. I mean, we have like GMS standing in the street saying that it's okay.
About it. Like, I'm not saying the entire secret society is on a negative vibe. You know, some of them are positive, but there's a bad faction of it that do that kind of stuff.
But check this out. Says, how do you know?
Because I know.
How do you know?
Just like they
wait, young hero. Yeah. How do you know? How do you know?
I had 2 Masons in my family, right?
Okay.
They're both dead and gone now.
Okay.
So
how do you know that Jennifer Hudson sacrificed her family members?
I don't know if it's a family member, but it's somebody close to you. Somebody that you love.
But that's what Grief said. That's what Grief said, and you said he's telling the truth. What about Michael Jordan? Michael Jordan's father. How do we know that Michael Jordan sacrificed his father? How do we know that?
He was already famous and rich. Why would he
exactly?
do that?
He was. Bill Cosby also, he lost his son.
Because you know when they come for you, when you make X amount of dollars, that's when they come for you. When you get into a different tier of income, that's when they come.
Why would you have to do that?
So you're saying that somebody like Bill Cosby, who was very, very famous and very rich, they waited for him to be so old and rich, and then they came for him, and then he lost his son. That's what you're telling us.
Well, he was already a part of the situation, but when he tried to buy NBC, they're not going to allow one of us to have that much control.
I'm talking about him. I'm talking about him losing his son. Because Jennifer Lopez, she did buy a very big TV stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Jennifer Lopez. What did she buy?
Come again?
What did she buy?
Okay, I can tell you, but we're moving away from the topic, but it's okay. Just substantiate. You know what I'm saying? But she did buy.
And also, right now, 50 Cent is trying to buy BET. Him and somebody else. Let's watch and see what happens. Pay attention to what happens.
A black man owned it before, right? He sold it.
Watch what happens. R. Kelly, look at him. You know how many other people have done what R. Kelly's done? He's the only one that went down for it. You know, if R. Kelly was out of jail right now and he owns his masters, he'd be a multi-billionaire right now. It's fact, dude. Michael Jackson, look how much money he would have had. Oh my God, it goes on. Prince too. All these people, man, it's not a game. Something that happened by accident. I'm just saying, man, just pay attention to what's going on around you. That's all I'm saying.
Pay attention to your circle before they hurt you.
Yeah.
That's the Hassan combo.
But it's almost like common conversation. The game is so far gone now, even discussing it now. But back in the day, you probably would have had the SUVs pulling up in front of your house and the helicopter hovering over your house. Now it's so far gone, there's nothing people can do to stop what's going on, to be honest. So I mean, that's why, And look at what's his name. They locked what's his name up recently, Rashad Jamal. And everybody's like, he's crazy. Why they lock him up there?
The guy with the dreads that be talking.
Yeah, why they lock him up if he's so crazy?
Didn't he had some incident with his child mother or something?
Well, I mean, that's what they said, but nah, that didn't happen. They put that fool in jail because he's talking too much. He's spilling too much tea. That's why he was in jail.
He was just, to me, he be speaking on some.
He on a different level, man. He talking about he getting ancestry downloads and stuff.
This is what I'm saying. Like, who believe these
level,
people?
bro.
That's that crazy talk, man. They ain't gonna arrest him for that.
Okay, well, I cannot. I did not find it. It may be, but I remember it was announced that she had bought some sort of TV satellite stuff, very big TV stuff. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I remember.
I mean, she may have, but I don't think it's on the scale of NBC.
But the thing is this.
Major.
The thing is this now. How do you know that Bill Cosby sacrificed his son?
He didn't sacrifice his son. His son was sacrificed.
There's no proof.
Okay, but the way Professor Griff was talking, it's like they know about it and they agreed.
No,
That's
he
called
didn't agree.
speculation.
He's
No,
saying
it's
they
just a
came
scenario.
after him to teach him a lesson.
Sometimes it
He's saying
happens.
they did it to teach him a lesson. To keep
Sometimes
him
it
in line.
happens to you, and sometimes you're the one that has to make a decision for it to happen for you. You understand?
So what about Jamie Foxx?
Jamie Foxx just almost got taken out because he's talking too much.
What he was talking about?
We talking
So
about
it's Puff
your
Daddy who
boy.
did it? It's Puff Daddy?
Diddy. Man, Diddy's about to, man, watch what happens to that dude, man. All this stuff is getting exposed.
This is sad, and this is Professor Griff is responsible for that, man. This pseudo stuff is like Sabir Bay, you know. It's a Gaga Gugu. It's like the dude. Hold on. It's like the dude. The dude Tahuti who said that he saw Malachi York changing shape. Those is just pseudo facts with no evidence whatsoever.
Can I ask you a question?
We will never grow as a people as long as we believe and share these conspiracy theories. Go ahead.
Check
Bennett.
this out.
I'm not saying
If you knew, all right, if you knew a rich guy, a rich black dude, you know him. Let's say he's a billionaire, close to being. Let's say he's got 500 million or even $1 million. Excuse me. And you knew his son you knew where his son liked to hang out at, or his pops like to hang out at, you know, where they just like to do their leisure at. You don't think just any criminal would try to rob them or hurt them or harm them? Just anyone. It have to be the Illuminati.
Nope.
I mean, somebody could try, but they're not going to have the impact that they would have, or the
just
resources.
like PNB Rock, that thing his location and got killed out in LA.
Hey, he got robbed because his girl put him on blast.
So that wasn't Illuminati, right?
No, that was LA. You can't come out here.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people
displaying your
that
jewelry and think you're not going to get robbed. That's gonna, and he's in the hood too.
Yeah,
somebody's
but
going to get you.
Oh, so you gotta pick and choose who was killed by Illuminati and who was just.
No, that's word on the street. It's in L.A. You don't go to. He was at Roscoe's in L.A. off of Pico, and his girl.
What on the street?
And he was wearing all his jewelry. Nobody comes to L.A. wearing that kind of jewelry running around.
But look,
like that.
What on the street? Hold on. So what on the street is that the Illuminati killed Michael Jackson?
Yeah. And
what's your take on that, Ray? What's your take on that, Ray? Do you agree?
That Michael Jackson was killed. I mean, if it wasn't Illuminati, it was a secret society that was up there on that level, because the fact is that he owned over 50% of Sony. He had the Beatles catalog. He had
But he didn't like painkillers. He didn't like painkillers himself.
The doctor.
It's all big on what your status is and what you own.
Ray, why did they wait for so long? Because he's been owning half of Sony for a long time.
Yeah, but he just got his masters. Didn't he just get his masters? He owns his master. You understand what that means when you own your masters?
Yeah, I understand. Many people own their masters. Many people own the masters. Death Row Records, they own the masters.
You don't get your masters. It's a difference. When you sign a major label, when you sign a record deal, you don't get rights to your masters until 20 years after you signed. 20 years. That's the contract. And that's the old contract. Right? Now, nobody that signed a major label owns their masters. That's where all the money comes from. So when an artist finally gets control of that, so that's what they make all the money that all the industry people are doing.
So Ray, you're telling us that it's because Michael Jackson owned his masters that they killed him?
It's because he owned his masters and he owned the rights to the Beatles. Mike was doing a lot of
stuff.
Yeah,
but he owned that. Hold on. He's been owning that for years. Why did they wait 2009 to take him out?
So if he owned it now, his family own it now, right?
Yeah, his family owns it.
No, they already got it. They sold it.
Okay. What
So
about Prince? What
it took
about
him
Prince?
7 years to get his money out of probate.
Okay. What about Prince? Was it the Illuminati as well?
Yep.
And what about
talking about all that stuff, the trails and stuff?
Okay.
Stuff.
Now tell us.
He had just gotten his masters. Prince got his masters a year and a half prior to him dying.
Tell us, Ray. How do you know that it was the Illuminati?
I don't know.
You don't mind changing the view? I don't want to dictate, but you don't mind changing the view, please? Like,
I'm just saying.
The view is not cool right now.
Look at the facts, dude.
No, with your phone. Huh?
Yeah, just give us a better view if you don't mind. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, I can't hear my
Thank
phone.
you.
Yeah, because I'm charging my phone, so I got to put it up to my ear.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, it's better now because it's like the shorts and all that. But how do you know that the Illuminati killed Prince?
Okay, speculation. Let's just say that. Okay, but the reason that they say it's speculation is why it's true because he was coming out and he was talking about all the trails, the chemtrails, which I don't really want to say. But
how many people talk about the chemtrails? Why would they kill Prince? And so many people talk about the chemtrails.
Well, if you know what they actually are, then
So tell us about the chemtrails. Is it poisoning people, or what is it doing to the people?
I don't want to die on that.
Well, okay, let me give my take. Let me give my take on the chemtrails.
It's not a good thing.
My take on the chemtrails is that it's just something that's going to be occurring in the sky after the passing of some planes. But some people came out, those conspiracy theorists, and said, they're spraying some stuff, some chemicals, and it's going to turn people gay. It's going to make people sick.
It's not going to turn you gay. It's not going to turn you
probably
gay.
Working.
It's going to affect you. If you just notice this going forward. The next time you see them in the sky, and I'm not talking about the trails and the jets that dissipate after a while once they've gone. I'm talking about the ones that stay up there and start spreading. Just notice that it rains a day or two after that.
Now here, Storm is asking, why don't Oprah Winfrey have any allegations or assassination attempts? How about Tyler Perry?
What about him?
Why they don't have any family members that die? Why they don't get killed by the Illuminati?
I don't know if he does or not. I haven't heard of anybody of him, but I mean he's in there. I mean you don't get that big and that large to stay that large for that long if you're not affiliated. You gotta be.
But that's the thing, that and we should, if we don't have any evidence, we need to stop speculating. And some Pan-Africans in France, they're beach. I mean, nothing to do with you, but they're defending pedophiles and rapists as well. So I was going to curse them out. But one time I was talking with them, and they were the Pan-Africans worldwide, they defend rapists and pedophiles, just like the HOK. But the thing is that they were saying, if you make it, then you have to sell your soul. You have to be down with them. And this logic, I think, is really bad. To think that anybody that's successful has to be part of the secret
I'm not saying anybody's successful. I'm saying anybody with a high profile that has major influence.
But how do you know, brother?
If you're into that,
that's what you call
success. All right, okay. Tupac Shakur, he sold 5 million albums, of All Eyes on Me. Was he part of the Illuminati as well?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Well, Death Row, when he was there, I mean.
So they killed him too?
Danny Boy, and I had a friend that was writing for them. I know the guy, the guy, Gin and Juice? Wrote Gin and Juice? Yeah, we just did a show like 6 months ago. I mean,
hold on.
Well,
how do you know that Tupac Shakur was part of the Illuminati?
Well, he was signed to Death Row.
Yeah, we know that, yes.
Okay, and who is Death Row affiliated with? Jimmy Iovine. Who is Jimmy Iovine?
He's the owner of Interscope. So what?
Okay, and what is he? Who is Jimmy Iovine?
He's the owner of Interscope.
But you know what it is? It sounds like a promotion for the Illuminati.
That's a higher up, dude. He's a
commercial for the
Illuminati. General.
No, but the problem is that
just like Nicki Minaj, she went down. Let me ask you this one, please, Bennett. Louis Farrakhan, is he part of the Illuminati?
Isn't he a Mason?
Tupac wasn't a Mason. You said he was part of the Illuminati. So
no,
Louis Farrakhan.
I said, isn't, from what I've seen and when I've.
Oh, we don't hear you anymore, though. Ray, are you still there?
He's gone. Oh, no, he's
I think he lost the connection.
All right,
oh, no, you're back. You're back. Yeah.
Yeah, my phone rang. Sorry.
So Louis Farrakhan is high profile. Is he part of the Illuminati?
Not the Illuminati, no.
Why does he get a pass?
Well, from what I understand, he is a Masonic member. He is a Mason. And he has the nation. I mean, he doesn't go anywhere without.
But how come you saying everybody that's high profile is part of the Illuminati? He is high profile.
No, I did not. I said they were part of a secret society.
Okay, so is
like 10 or 12 of them,
is
right?
Louis Farrakhan part of a secret
them,
society? Is Louis Farrakhan part of a secret society?
From what I understand, I mean, ask him, but I've seen him in Masonic regalia. I mean, I've seen them in, you know what the Masons are, right?
I know exactly, the Masons are. I've made a video when he received some Masonic titles, some honorary titles, including Master Mason, but those are honorary titles.
And who they give that? They
but
just give that to anybody? Masons?
not to anybody, but how do you know? How do you know that Farrakhan is part of some secret society?
Because he's still alive.
So if I live to be old,
was that highly connected, they would have taken him out a long time ago.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, thank you, brother. Thank you very much, brother. But to me, that's speculation.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Because
I'm not saying he's good or bad. I'm just saying if he wasn't highly connected, he would be gone.
When it comes to Malcolm X, I could agree with him on that one.
Malcolm too. But Malcolm, see the difference with Malcolm is that he realized what was going on, and when he wanted to come out and expose that,
that's what I'm saying.
Check this out.
Muslims had a part to do with it.
Wabfong wrote, Prince always owned his masters. His singing companies, Prince, the singer Prince, always owned his masters. His singing companies never owned Prince's masters.
No, he never did. He didn't own his masters when he was signed to Warner Brothers. He didn't get his masters until like 2 years ago, or whatever, 2 years before he died.
You sure?
I'm positive, dude. I've been in the industry forever. Dude. I pay attention. I don't play. I own my masters. I own all my publishing. Nobody owns shit from me. Nobody can take me for shit. And I ignored and stayed away from the majors because I knew the game. I know you make 8 cents per album. This is how it works. You get an advancement. I get $1 million advancement. I think I'm running around with all this depreciating assets and mean nothing. And then I really just got a loan. That's what it was. I got to pay it back through sales. I get 8 cents per album. This is when they had CDs. 8 cents per unit sold. How long was it going to take me to recoup that money? 8 cents. That's what the dumbasses found out. Like TLC, they're just greedy and anxious to sign. And next thing you know, they've signed their lives away and signed their name away if it's a real name in perpetuity, which means they can never make money off of their own name. That means the company always owns their name. Right? So if it takes 8 cents per unit, how long does it take to recoup that album? You're never gonna do it. Then you get another advancement on your second album. Now you're even further in the hole in the red.
Okay. Now 50 Cent is 50 Cent part of some secret society as well?
Yeah, man. Everybody that you talking about, everybody that's doing something big.
Okay. Yeah, it must be. Now which secret society is 50 Cent part of?
I don't know which one it is. I'm assuming it's probably the Naughty, because that's probably the.
So you're assuming,
and that's the thing about it. See, when you're part of that, you're really not really a core member. You're just really more or less an affiliate. You know what I'm saying? That's why you're throwing the diamonds up and all that stuff.
But says who? Yeah. Did 50 Cent tell you that, or did a member of the secret society told you that?
Did they tell me that? Probably. Because you don't know everybody that's involved.
Hey,
hold on. Are you part of the Illuminati, brother?
Me, no. I'm independent. If I was part of the Illuminati, I wouldn't be on the feed right now.
You're saying to us right now that someone from the Illuminati told you that 50 Cent was a member, right? That's what you're saying to us.
No, I didn't say that.
So how do you know that he?
You don't know. Everybody's a member.
So that is speculation.
But you know what's so funny, right? This go back since back in the 90s, Shaka. This ain't nothing new because
this ain't nothing new at all.
Hold on. Just like Tupac said, man. Tupac said you have people telling him, right? Black people telling him that the Illuminati was trying to kill him while he was locked up in jail. You see what I'm saying? So Tupac said, if the Illuminati trying to kill him, how the hell a nigga in jail next to him know? You see what I'm saying? How could the nigga that locked up with him know that kind of information that the Illuminati trying to kill him? So just show you this conspiracy thing go back since way back in the day, man. So it might be true, but if the people that talking about it ain't the Illuminati, it's just hearsay.
And here, Ray.
Well,
do you believe
let's just say that that none of
hold
it's
on,
true. We're just
please,
talking.
just one question, please, and I let you speak. Ray, do you believe the Earth is flat?
Do I believe the Earth is flat? I don't know if it's flat, but I believe there's more land beyond the Antarctica, the ice wall. I do believe that. I know there's more than 7 continents in the world.
Do you believe that the Earth has a round shape, like it's a shape of a globe, a circle?
Me, honestly, I don't.
So you believe that it is flat then?
I don't know if it's flat, but I don't believe anybody's right now living upside down on the bottom of the globe with the water still adhered to the bottom and walking around upside down. I don't believe that.
Thank you.
But
Babylon Done, feel free. It's been a minute. Feel free, Babylon Done.
I'm not saying it's flat. I'm just saying I don't believe in a sphere spinning at 1,000 miles per hour.
I get it. Babylon Done, feel free, brother.
Hey Shaka, I just threw something in the back chat for you. I just wanted your opinion on to see what you think, okay? It's just a video from John F. Kennedy from back in the day.
Yeah,
it's only 5 minutes, but you could check it out later if you want to. But the reason why I posted it is because
I'd rather check it later on. But can you tell us, like, in essence, what it is saying, like,
Yeah, it's only 5 minutes. It's a well-known video, Shaka. It's on point to its own topic. And, yeah, you should play it, bro. Don't be playing around. It ain't like you doing nothing.
Let me play it. Hold on. I'm gonna share it for everybody. And maybe they're gonna say that it's a retaliation for Marilyn Monroe's murder or something. Who knows?
No,
let's see. Let's see. That's the link here in the chat, and let's listen up.
And then I'll tell you my premise after the video.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's about the Illuminati.
The word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low.
I'm sorry, but I've been live streaming for 4 hours now. I've shared the link in the chat. Everybody can deal with it. But actually, Ray, I have one more question. Do you believe that aliens built the pyramids?
Do I believe that aliens built the pyramids?
Yes.
Define alien.
Non-human
Aliens
beings.
build the what?
Non-human beings, non-terrestrials.
No. Hey, Shaka, before I leave, though, I just said no. I answered that question for it. But, Shaka, so you will admit that you're wrong and that you did hear John F. Kennedy announce that there are clandestine secret societies working against the public here, and they are trying to kill us. He mentioned danger. He mentioned money. He mentioned how they try to control the government and all of this stuff. Yet you sit here and say that these people don't exist. I just thought I'd run that by you. Go ahead, sir. Go.
I heard him say secrecy. I don't recall him saying secret societies, but if he did, all good. But there are secret societies. There are some Freemasons, you know what I'm saying? But to say that they will kill anybody.
No, we're questioning if he killed these specific people that the brother brought up. That's it. It's that simple.
Yeah, but Ray, do you believe that some non-terrestrial build the pyramids or help building the pyramids?
What do I believe? Meaning I don't have any fact on that?
You don't have any facts for all the stuff you've been talking about for like an hour or two.
No, I don't have any facts.
I don't have any facts, but you know.
So do you believe about the
I don't
pyramids
know.
that it
So
was?
anybody, the people that are watching, I don't have any facts. You know, the people.
Yeah.
Hey, Shaka, I swear I won't interrupt no more, and I swear I'm gone.
Just want to get an answer, just out of curiosity. So Ray, do you believe that some non-terrestrials
That's probably why they feel.
have played a part in the building of the pyramids?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Oh, thank you, Babylon. Go ahead, feel free, brother.
Okay, I'm out of here, Shaka. And I know I ain't gonna get much airtime, but this is what I want you to do. Also, you mentioned J Electronica, which is very fortunate, Shaka. You should look up J Electronica and a Rothschild. Did you know J Electronica broke up a Rothschild marriage and that he is involved in that and he spoke on the Illuminati and all this stuff, like physically, personally?
I don't
Like,
know
I
if
mean, you in
but
denial though, to me. I'm saying you could Google it. Just type in J Electronica Rothschild.
I don't even look at it like Shaka's in denial. I'm looking at it like he needs hardcore facts, and that's why it works. There are no hardcore facts to show you. There's nothing I can show you that's going to make you believe it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, listen, did you just hear John F. Kennedy say that there's a concerted effort to keep this information suppressed and that people don't know about it? That anybody killed is not reported, anybody missing, you never hear about it, any money, you don't know about it. This is what the president was saying about his cabinet. So if he's saying he don't know, how the hell would y'all know?
Okay, Babylon done. J Electronica was in a relationship with a lady who is from the family of the Rothschild. So I don't see how he would talk about against them and date the girl. He was in a relationship with a white woman who is a descendant of the Rothschild, and I've seen the picture of them together. You know,
Shaka, what are you talking about?
Oh, you didn't know about that?
I'm saying, are you agreeing with me? Because I just said Jay Electrona was in a relationship with a married Rothschild, and he broke up the marriage. The lady got a divorce based on their conversations. Her husband found out, and Jay Electronica spoke on the Illuminati and said that yes, these were the people running the world. Kanye West did as well and gave you a list. But are you in denial about these people?
Denial about who, brother?
About these clandestine secret society that President Kennedy just got to talking about.
What's the name of the secret society?
No, let me talk for myself. He said clandestine secret societies. Don't ask me what ones when you just heard President Kennedy say which ones and who they were.
Which one did he say it was then?
He said that these people have wait, he didn't give a name. I told you he explained that they exist, but he himself can't even tell you the name or give you a report of deaths or anything because he say in the video that all of this is kept secret. It's a clandestine society, secret society. So if it's a secret, Shaka, why would you ask somebody? Hold up, why would you ask somebody for a secret? No, it doesn't mean he don't know because he has the reports. He can see the money missing. He can see the people dead that's in relation to this. Just because I can't put my finger on the culprit don't mean the thing didn't happen. Stop.
That's a
okay.
All right, Shaka,
Well,
Shaka, let me ask you one question. Let me ask you a question.
Hold on, thought, Ray. I just want to, ask Babylon Dunn now. Babylon Dunn now, would you say that it was secret societies that caused the incarceration of Malachi York, that he didn't molest any child?
I don't know about that.
No, I'm asking Babylon Dunn.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, he talking to me, bro.
Yes,
okay, first of all, my opinion.
Yes.
My opinion.
Yes.
Hold up, let me finish. Can I talk, bro? Like, for real, like y'all being very disrespectful and silly. So, no, I wouldn't say that it was the Illuminati or a clandestine agency because the agencies that came and arrested Dr. York, I could look them up on the internet. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Putnam County Sheriff's Department, the Atlanta DeKalb County Sheriff's Department, the Macon County Sheriff's Department, which is, Bibb County, and all of them came together. So, bro, I'm talking. You can wait till I get finished and ask that sick question. But the bottom line is, Shaka, is that no, I'm not saying that this has nothing to do with Dr. York. You were saying that these clandestine agencies basically don't exist. You were challenging people saying, show me who they are. Tell me how. Tell me, tell me.
I
Yeah.
didn't say. I'm on record saying that there are some Freemasons. You know what I'm saying? But to say so,
No,
so
I
do
ain't
you
talking
agree
about
that?
Freemasons.
Well,
You said
see,
that who killed Jennifer Hudson? You said, why would Jennifer Hudson's children or family be killed? Why would Michael Jordan's family be killed? You laughed and you said it
yeah,
was
yeah,
funny.
okay,
Now
okay,
you
so
have
okay,
now you
Babylon.
have somebody on the line that showed you where this is why these people are being killed. And mentioned Kanye West, Jay Electronica, and the other brother mentioned the other dude. Now, what is it that you're gonna do, Shaka? Are you gonna dance? Are you
Okay,
gonna sit down and talk about
okay.
this like a man and address these questions?
I'm glad you said that, Babylon Don. So now, Babylon Don, are you saying that Professor Griff is right that it was some secret societies that killed what's his name, Bill Cosby's son? Is that what you're saying now?
No, I'm not saying that Professor Griff is right. Stop begging the question and trying to ask me a question. Hold up, trying to ask me a question that'll put me in a basket. I'm not the
So
one for that. I'm not concerned with
what's your
Jennifer
point then?
Hudson. I'm not concerned with Jennifer Hudson. I'm not concerned with any of that. I'm concerned with the statements you were making. You made the statement. Why would Jennifer Hudson's family be killed? Why would they kill Michael Jordan's father? Why would they kill Bill Cosby's son? Why would
Yes,
Mike Tyson sacrifice his daughter? Why
yes,
would these people die and do this? And I'm
yes.
telling you now, look at the video I gave you of President John F. Kennedy, and he is telling you who is behind these killings and why they doing it. He's telling you.
Okay,
But you didn't want to watch the video. Your attention span is about commercial long. So every time I come on here and give you a video, you say, nah, we'll wait till later. So you got to get a longer attention span, Shaka, and you just got to watch that 5 minute and 14-minute video that I
Hold
put
on.
in the back chat, and you'll know.
No, Babylon Don. John F. Kennedy, John Fitzgerald Kennedy died, if I'm not mistaken, in 1963 or 1964. That's way before those people were popping up. What does it have to do with Jennifer Hudson and Kanye West and Michael Jordan and Bill Cosby? So
Because these same secret societies exist today under the name of different
okay,
organizations.
so tell us why those people were killed then. Those entertainers, family members, why were they killed?
Yeah, you have
No,
you
that's
could
not
say
my
probably
responsibility. I just told you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Stop talking while I talk, bro. Y'all hear me and Shaka talking. Just chill. Okay, just stop. It don't sound good. Okay, now the reason why
because
those
you
people
wanna
are
talk
killed,
over everybody.
the reason why,
That's what
bro,
you
I'm
do.
having a conversation. I'm
Well, we
already
all
in the
having
middle
a
of a freaking
conversation.
conversation.
We all here on the panel have
We're
our
all having
opinion,
a
bro.
conversation.
These
Can't
niggas,
just sit
these
there
Rasta niggas are
everybody and be
retarded, bro.
you
Every time
long-winded,
somebody
bro.
come on this.
Okay,
Yeah, like who the hell this
we,
guy
we,
think
we
he
are we are
is?
we are retarded.
We all having a normal conversation till you
and
come on. You like a little big child, bro.
but
Like what kind of grown man? You all in your feelings and emotions about a stupid discussion about secret societies.
Look, I'm
Like, bro,
only saying
get a
Yeah,
grip
it's
we
on
have
unnecessary.
yourself,
people
my boy.
that rob each other.
Grow
We
up,
have
man.
people that rob each other. We have literally people that rob each other.
Look at how
If
you
you
sound.
get some money and you move and we have rappers saying they can't live in their own neighborhood once they get famous. We have loads of them saying that. Why? Because they have money and they become targets of that money. So it's fair. It's not an unfair question that we asking. We're just asking what makes it Illuminati and not a basic criminal that want to rob these people. They want to harm. Why? That's it. To me, that's just the logical question. I'm not saying Masons don't
I
exist.
ain't saying look
I'm
no.
not saying.
I'm not saying
I'm
that.
just like, how do we know
Listen,
which one it
I'm not
is?
saying. Hold
You
on.
know?
I'm not saying that they don't have secret societies as far as people in different groups that have different status and wealth that run certain things in society. It does. Whether it's media, whether it's government, whether it's policing, whether it's things that they don't want us to know about. That's facts. You know what I'm saying? Just like the people that killed Martin Luther King. You know what I mean? Some people say that black people shot Malcolm X, but the FBI had something to do with it. So it has proof that there is secret societies that make things happen. You know what I mean? But we can't pinpoint for fact or proof that this is that and that is this.
Exactly.
So in saying that,
Exactly.
even Kennedy, you might have said is they the ones that killed Kennedy because he was going against what they wanted. But nobody can pinpoint who exactly did it because you are being controlled by a government, and they are more obligated to the rich people, the bankers and people that run things more than you. So things they know you're not gonna know. That's clearly, you know what I mean? But for people like this guy, you can't even come and just have a civilized conversation about it. Like,
but young Harold,
I don't get what the whole rah-rah, and you think you could just come up here and take over the panel and tell people don't talk. Bro, we grown men. Like, who the hell you think you are?
But he's there listening. But that's the reason why I put him off the panel, because earlier he said, you know, silly. I let that slide, but now he said retarded. And okay, so now because Kennedy talked about some secrecy, and apparently he said secret societies. I missed that, you know what I'm saying, but he may have said it. So that explains why all these entertainers are losing family members, because it is those secret societies that do that. We don't know their names. We don't know who are the members. You know what I'm saying? So I guess if any jihadist, you know, any, you know, person that's part of Daesh wants to kill people in America, then he's just going to murk them, and they just spread the word through the grapevine on the internet that this is a secret societies, and they're going to murk all these famous people. I mean, that's speculation to the max. That's speculation to the max as far as I'm concerned. But you know, you cannot change people if they have those beliefs. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
It's all speculation.
But in the meantime, Malachi York went to prison for molesting children. We have testimonies of the children. They have the DNA. The dude had the syphilis, if I'm not mistaken, but he had some STD that the children happened to have, and he got a 135-year sentence. But he's innocent though, and we're supposed to believe the same people who tell us that the dude is innocent, that there's some secret societies that goes around murking entertainers. For strange reason, they seem to like black entertainers. They don't work the white entertainers. They don't work the Latino entertainers. They don't work. They don't work the Italian entertainers.
No,
they just focus on black.
They got the guy from the Beatles. They got the guy from the Beatles.
You know, John Lennon. All right.
But John Lennon.
Yes, John Lennon.
Well, that's what they, you know, that's speculation.
So basically,
you know.
they like to.
It's all speculation.
They like to kill singers, you know. For strange reasons, singers are threats. Singers are threats to.
Don't really believe aliens.
No, but they also got the other guy. They got the Cash App guy too, man.
Yeah.
The other day.
And what rolled out?
Mention that, Shaka, that aliens build the pyramid or something. Who said that?
But you know, maybe they're the one who got Jesus Christ too. Maybe they murdered Jesus Christ. They go way back. You know, it's like Assassin's Creed. You know.
They do go way back, Shaka.
Yeah,
they go way back.
We're talking about white Jesus or black Jesus?
How do you know it wasn't the Egyptians that did it themselves?
Maybe the Egyptians, they are the secret society.
Because they into that secret society stuff too.
That's why they have the pyramid with the eye and the dollar bill. That's
Yeah,
why, you know what I'm saying? Maybe, who knows? But hey, you know.
Which Egyptians are you talking about? The black ones or the fucking?
Well, the
black ones.
The one who came.
I'm talking about the black ones.
The one who came up with the first language, the Gaga Gugu language. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, with that, brothers, you know, it's gonna be 3 a.m. my end. I work tomorrow morning.
Quick question,
you know?
Shaka. Quick question,
Go
Shaka.
ahead. Go ahead.
So when Kanye was out there wilding out and he was saying all that stuff, was he crazy or was he accurate? What's your opinion?
Kanye has mental issues, and it's known. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if you don't take your medicine and you have mental issues, and even and then you're gonna say, I mean, he said Harriet Tubman never freed the slaves. You know what I'm saying? And he said so many.
Right.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when he was out there saying all the stuff about the industry. So you said all that stuff was crazy stuff too.
Kanye was praising Hitler. He had Alex Jones uncomfortable, man, and you have to go far for Alex Jones to be uncomfortable. Man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not talking about all that. I'm saying when he was talking about the industry itself, all the stuff that goes on in the industry, that was crazy.
Well, see, you know what it is? This is the problem. When you actually have criminals we hate to call them criminals. We want to call them the Illuminati instead of just saying these are criminals. They are literally robbing people.
Because they
They're
get away
committing
with
crimes.
it.
They're doing it.
Away with things, you can be considered a criminal.
No. But look, let's okay, sure, they get away with it, right? But check this out. Music industry. If it's that big, why don't they have unions? Where are the unions, right? Secondly, what kind of what kind of thing is this where you have one particular industry in the US that doesn't, and the industry in the rest of the world doesn't operate anywhere like that with a creators' rights and things like that. This is a serious abnormality. This is not a norm. This is not something that's just accepted across the Western country even as normal. This is the US, and these people have been getting away with a lot because of how it was created in the US. Criminals, mobsters. Call them what they are. Don't call them the Illuminati. Just call them criminal. And that's the facts of it. We don't have to go far to say justice has to happen for these people, and to say that there needs to be some fair laws applied for people to not be owned, and be robbed like this. This is way outside of the norm. But I think what happens is that we mix these things up, man. And for a person that is mentally unstable, and which is okay, that's okay. It happens in life. And when we mix these ideas up with, you can never become nothing because there's always the thing above you that's always going to stop you. It makes us go too far sometimes and just break down instead of just calling it out for what it is. These guys got a criminal operation. Congress needs to add reform. Congress needs to do that. And if people don't ask for Congress to do that, they're just going to keep on ripping people off, man. They got so many shady kinds of practices in the music industry. It's just ridiculous, man. You hear about the stories every day.
Yeah,
you hear about the stories every day.
Congress is gonna be hold up for nothing when they are part of the secret society, man.
Well, they getting paid obviously money to do right. Exactly, you right.
They run it, man. Congress is they puppets too.
Well, they getting lobbied. They getting lobbied by the music industry to do nothing. You see, that's the thing about it. But that's the problem right there.
Shaka, I know you gotta go. So
I just want people to see for the record. Babylon Down Road. These dudes are a clique of clowns. I remember now because it's been a while that even before when I would not agree with him, then he will come up with some terms of endearment like that. And here he wrote that I have never ever fared well with the discussion with him. And I don't know if you forgot, brother, when we spent hours when you said that you were a linguist and we go over some Wikipedia and other articles, and you will make your claims and stuff like that.
This guy is a clown.
I mean, I'm almost trying to be
when
fair.
People have anytime people have to act like that of getting their emotions or disrespect people and take personal shots, it just shows what kind of person you are, bro.
Yeah,
and it's pathetic.
He says here, just cry all day, no answers.
They don't because.
I don't know if you are contaminated. By
when they don't have no proof,
young Heru, just let me say this, please, young Heru. I don't know if you got contaminated with that bitch ass Chris Snakes, who's capping for child molesters, because he's on tape saying that the ICPK member who was found guilty of child molestation is Tazariak's cousin. You know what I'm saying? So this conscious community money with the oils and the debate, we know where it goes. And then Chris next, the BH had the nerve to say, you don't know the specifics of the case, capping and making excuses like we have, that BH.
Does he know the specifics? Does he even know the specific?
By saying that we could, it's like implying that he knows the specific. But Chris next is a bitch. He's a penis sucker. So I don't know if he got contaminated by that, but I've always been cordial to you, you know what I'm saying? But you are defending a convicted child molester, Babylon Dunn. So for you to call us clowns, I think that's pushing it for real. You are the one who said that you believe that Malachi York is innocent, and believing is not knowing, you know what I'm saying? But I guess that's a conspiracy, you know what I'm saying? You said it's not the secret society, or you said it's not the Illuminati or not secret societies, but you are the one who is capping, defending, and protected a convicted child molester.
Oh, okay.
Get those little dudes off and talk for yourself.
Do not have any association with your enemies, Shaka. Who are my enemies? But anyway, brothers and sisters, thank you very much. It's 3 a.m. my end. I work tomorrow morning. So I appreciate the talk. We have the right to disagree. I don't know why Babylon done we do that, what I'm saying. But
Because
anyway,
he's
it
a
is what it is.
clown. That's what you call clowns. In
I
real
want to
life,
try
they
to,
wouldn't be
not
talking
not
like
not
that.
be
They ain't
disrespectful,
no
but
man.
it's just a shame because he's a certain age, and
They
we
ain't
would
got no
expect.
respect. They ain't got no manners. They
Yo,
ain't no
Ray,
man.
Yeah,
I ain't
it's
got
good. It
time
was
for
good to see you, though, man.
man as well.
No,
Black.
no, he wants to bring
absolutely.
people's names up that I do not know. Today, you were on Chris Next channel. That bitch ass Chris Next who didn't care that Sanetta accused me of being inappropriate with my daughter. You know what I'm saying? I've
That's
seen
just
you were
show
there on
you.
his
That's
panel,
just show you
and I
their
and I and I don't
character.
mind, but I'm wondering maybe you were contaminated because the HOK,
Yeah.
rape OK, they are pedophiles defenders, pedo lovers, child molester defenders,
We
and
don't
lovers.
want no
You know what I'm saying?
virus over here, so we blocking all these diseases, and he's another disease.
Okay. Anyway, brothers and sisters, thank you very
And
much. Stay
yeah,
safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the lecture, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I said facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do I tell you? Hotel. Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Melanin class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Melanin lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had ever. So if you're interested in learning the Melanin, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the Melanin, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medunetia classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medunetia class. Hotep.
Don't forget, subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/Ma'at Forever.